What is good, you absolute legends? It's ATC here, and welcome to the 2025 Prospecting Video Marathon. We're going to have some fun. You're going to see a 2-minute timer pop up after every video, and after that timer, I'll be down in chat. I'll be chatting with you guys all day long. After every video, we're going to give away a goldback. We've got 12 goldbacks to give away today. We're going to have a really good time. Should be an awesome hangout. It's cold out. I'm rocking some coffee as I'm recording this. Looking forward to seeing you guys in chat. Let's get started, and before we get started, we're going to have a quick update as to prizes and memberships.
All things country, it's the way that we roll. Fishing, hunting, prospecting for gold. Living free, living wild, out in nature's embrace. With a song and a smile in this old country place.
All right, legends. So let's talk about the big giveaway coming up in February. The way to enter that giveaway, I do give away entries free during my live streams, but every dollar given via Super Chat is one entry, and every membership level, the bottom level gets 3 entries, the middle level gets 6, and the top level gets 9. So, first prize is going to be a 1-gram bag of Troubled One pay dirt. Trouble One makes some of the, if not the best pay dirt that I've ever done. Fantastic stuff. Super happy to be giving that away. Second prize, my good friend Careless is now making gem bags. Careless Whisper gem bags. They look absolutely awesome. She sent me some pictures to show me what was in it and stuff. Fantastic. Let's just say if you do one of those bags, you're going to have an instant gem collection. That's second prize. We're also going to give away a third prize, which is a members only prize. I want to do more this year for my members because I don't make members only content, and this is my way of doing that. So memberships, basic level gets 1 entry, next level up gets 2, next level up gets 3, and those go by every month. So if there's 2 months between giveaways, those get doubled. And the membership prize for members only is going to be this month a 1/4-gram bag of Troubled One pay dirt. As we grow, we'll up that prize as well. Now, let's get to some fun. Hand out some goldbacks. Remember, you're going to see a 2-minute timer, and that's your chance to enter a number between 1 and 100 in chat. You'll see the graphic pop up. It's pretty easy, and I'll be there to announce the winners. Let's get to our first video, which is me receiving, unboxing, and testing my Flower Gold Wizards Smooth Water Sluice Head. Little did I know when I did this how much dirt, water, and bubbles will flow across that thing. Let's take a look. What is good, folks? It's All Things Country here, and today we got something I'm super excited about. It's finally starting to warm up outside, and while we can't go prospecting, we are going to put together a sluice with this power head that I just got from Jason over at Flower Gold Wizards. This is his smooth water 6-inch sluice power head, and we're going to show you what sluice we're going to put it on shortly. But when we're all said and done, we've got about 40 pounds of cons, plus this Black Sand Challenge bag from BC Gold Adventures. And we're going to be putting this bad boy to the test. So we are going to be pimping out this Dream Mat Trek Sluice. This is a 6x24 sluice, 16 inches of mat. This is the mini mat. It is not the micro mat, which it would be ideal for that fine gold. But you'll see how the setup's going to work because I'm going to be using this in conjunction with my Gold Hog Mini Stream Sluice. So the idea is when all is said and done, I'm going to have 2 setups. My son prospects with me, so we'll be able to split them up, have 2 setups, or put them together and have 1 long setup. And I'll have a setup that I can bring to the beach that's a bit longer to capture some of that super fine gold. So really straightforward. This just slides on there like that. Works like a charm. But we've got a lot of work to do with this sluice. Nothing to do with the power head. One thing that I very much dislike about this Dream Mat design is this lip here. If you're processing fine gold like I do, this thing gets in your way, your fine gold can jam up against that. We are going to put an indicator mat in here so that we can use this sluice even without a power head.
But that being said, we're going to have to get this mat out, get it soaking in some dish detergent because it does have a lot of release agent. I can actually feel it. And we're going to have to get all this protective film off of it. There are very few things in life more satisfying than peeling off cling wrap. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to put an indicator mat up top. It's going to do two things. It's going to bridge this little gap so the fine gold doesn't get stuck there. It's also going to work, obviously, as an indicator mat, but it's also going to help hold the sluice head over here more securely. That being said, we can't go too thick. So what I got is this shelf paper off of Amazon. Not very thick at all, as you can see. And we're going to mount it with some Gorilla Tape. So between the thickness of the Gorilla Tape and the shelf mat, we should bridge this gap so everything flows right over the top and nothing gets stuck here, but still leave enough space to get our power head on. So we are 6 inches across by 4 1/4 deep. So I'm going to go cut that mat now, and we'll come back and we'll install it. All right, so we've got our indicator mat cut. It totally didn't take 6 tries to get it properly. Trust me. So what we're going to do before we put this on, we got our Gorilla Tape all ready to go. I like to give this a spray of a little solvent. Spread that solvent around. That's a little bit overkill there, but that's fine. Dry that up a little bit. Let's see here. There we go. Just dry it so it's a little tacky. We're going to put this on. I did cut it a little longer than I needed, so it's going to hang off the back, but I've got a super sharp knife we can use to trim it afterwards. But there we go. We're just going to lay that down. Give that a nice firm hold. And this stuff is really strong, flexible plastic. It's not meant to hold your gold. It's just meant to slow it down a little so you get a look when you dump the scoop in, that's all. All right. So we'll let that dry and we're going to give this a cut, and then we can try putting our power head on and see how that looks. All right. Well, super pleased how that turned out. We don't have a lip here anymore. In fact, there's a little bit of a lip going the other way. So all your dirt and gold will pass over. The mat should hold it up if we're using it in the stream as a regular stream sluice without the power head. I mean, realistically, this indicator mat is useless otherwise because we're going to have our power head on. Speaking of which, let's give that a shot. Make sure that still fits great. Nice and snug. And now you've taken up that gap. That is awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to see. And it's going to sit up on its legs like that at a 9-degree pitch. Can't wait to try this bad boy out.
But you ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dane.
Yes, I know that.
So yes, we are indeed going to need to put some legs on this bad boy. So what we're going to use is, I cut these to 18 inches. This is some aluminum square stock, nice and light, easy to pack. That's going to make up our legs. And I bought this leg kit off of eBay. So it's these 4 clamps. You'll notice that there's 2 different varieties. One with the screw handle on top and one on the bottom. And the reason for that is there's small squares in there to hold your legs when you're not using your sluice. So they store compact and easy, and you can put them in your pack. So really simple and straightforward. Just going to turn this bad boy over. Put that in place. Hold it nice and flush. Make sure it's straight on the edge. We're going to mark our screw holes here, so we can screw these out, make our holes, and mount our legs. So I will finish these other 4, head out to the shop and drill them, and we'll be right back. All right, well, we got our leg brackets on, and I couldn't be more pleased. Check this out. So there's our brackets there. And you can see I've got it set up on the other side where the brackets have the holes in the side to actually hold your legs when they're not in use. Super, super awesome feature. Sluice looks awesome, in my opinion. We toss our power head on. Then check that bad boy out. That is awesome. Now I put my power head on, I can see that I'm going to have to turn this bolt sideways so it's not crooked, but other than that, perfect. And here we are ready to rock. We're all set up. We were leveled to a 9-degree pitch. This thing, I think, looks fantastic. All we have to do is head outside. Let's give this thing a whirl.
That's a great sluice. If I made a sluice, it would be better than that. But that sluice is great.
What's so great about that sluice? Does it make ice cream?
Shut up, Joe. All things country is making sluices great again.
Alrighty then. Well, wouldn't be much of a test if we didn't have some gold-bearing dirt to put through it. So here we have about 40 pounds of concentrates. This is all stuff from old pay dirts that I've done. There's a little bit from the bottom of a bucket at camp that I threw in here. As you can see, quite a bit of dirt, but I don't know for sure how much gold is in there. I take it we are about to find out. But what we will do is grab this bag of BC Gold Adventures Black Sand Challenge, because I don't want to water this pay dirt down with beginner stuff. I want this test to be reflective of the gold that I actually go after, which is super, super fine gold. So we know this has black sand in it. We're not watering down our cons here. And this will give us a really good test with some super fine gold to be able to test our system out with. I have done this pay dirt in the past. It is here on my channel. If you guys want to go watch it afterwards. But the gold from this stuff is super, super fine. So we are going to mix this in really, really good, because we're going to be processing this entire 40-pound container. All right, well, here's our system all set up. We've got our lithium-ion battery feeding to a recirc pump that's recirculating in that tub over there. We are leaking a bit of water from this piece of the gold hog right here. It's not really meant to be a recirculating system. I could probably tape that up with some Gorilla Tape or something, but I've actually got my hose here. So I'm just going to replenish this tub as needed. Pretty cool looking setup. We actually have, I've added some biodegradable dish soap to the water, just because I am going to dump this outside. Not the end of the world if you drop a jet dry, but if you got it, may as well use it. So let's crank this up and we'll see how it runs. And that is smooth as silk. I don't even need to put my speed controller on here. That is running absolutely perfect. So let's get our cons fed through and see what comes out in the pan. All right, well, let's take a quick look. Looking in my dream mat here, might be hard for you guys to make out. Right here, you can see all that fine gold starting to build up. And those riffles were only about 3 inches down the dream mat. But I'm sure there's stuff all over here. But just look, there's one example there. Look at all that fine gold building up in those riffles. If we go down to where the gold hog has its drop off, look at the start of the mat right, where can I find it here? Right in there. Look at that nice line of fine gold that's catching. I can't wait to see how well these did. So let's get the mats out of here, get them into the gold pan and pan it out. All right, so just to show you guys, this is what we got for concentrates from the 2 sluice mats. Now, I just spent a great deal of time panning out all the rest of the tailings. We did lose some gold, but not too bad. 0.071 grams. So I'm going to pan this out, and we're going to be able to tell you exactly how much we caught versus how much we lost. All right, well, we've been at it for quite a while. Still got some cleanup to do. Forgot how much black sand there was in that pay dirt, plus whatever was in the dirt naturally. I didn't remove anything or remove any magnetics, but we're starting to look really good. We got quite a bit of really nice fine gold. I'm going to finish cleaning this up. We're going to dry it up, and then we'll be able to get our weight. All right, well, it's weigh-in time. Super, super fine stuff that paints the side of the pan. You try and scrape it onto the scale. Got to be super delicate and gentle with it. This adds up really quick, though, on the scale. Definitely well over a gram, anyway. Holy cow, man. It's like clinging for dear life to the gold pan. And boom, just like that, 1.16 grams. Alrighty, now let's run some numbers. So the gold that we found in the tailings was 0.071 grams, and we caught 1.16 grams in the sluice. So the total gold recovered was 1.231, with 1.16 grams in the sluice, with an awesome recovery rate of 94.3% on that super, super fine beach gold. I can't tell you from my experience how good that is. You have to keep in mind, we are running beach level fine gold on a 6-inch sluice. That is an incredible recovery rate. So let's go to the review and some of the things that I learned. So here's a little something that I learned today before we get to the review of the Powerhead. I don't like the fact that the Dream Mat does not have a flare on the back. I'd much rather run the Gold Hog into the Dream Mat, and it looks like it would actually fit a lot better. So I've gone ahead and I've ordered the Micro Mat for the Dream Mat so I can do just that. But now for the review on the Powerhead. So first off, the best thing about it is smooth. Here's a picture of what my Gold Hog system looks like when it's running. You've got to mount the head backwards. The water action is super violent. You have to put Gorilla Tape across the back if you want to run it as a recirculating system like we did today. The smooth water is way better. Now, a definite positive is also the price tag. The 6-inch we used today was $40 plus shipping. The Dream Mat system that goes with this sluice is $93 plus shipping. And you might say, okay, well, it's made out of metal versus 3D plastic, but we're going to get to a reason why that's not a good thing. Now, the Powerhead that I already have for the Gold Hog is $80 plus shipping. Now, granted, that's tailored specifically for the Gold Hog system, but as I said earlier, this one actually performed better. So you're wondering why I might say that plastic construction is a good thing? Well, first of all, this plastic is tough. I mean, these clips are super solid, but these clips are the reason the plastic is a good thing, and that's because you can do toolless installation. I prospect in Canada where it's really cold sometimes. Jason's from Wisconsin. I mean, it can get cold. Your fingers can freeze. Even you can see the clamps that I use to attach. I buy the toolless ones, so I don't have to fiddle with screws and screwdrivers and drop stuff in a creek or a river or what have you. Being able to have this slide on and off and be super solid is a big plus. And if you did want to install it permanently, there is 2 holes here. You could drill some holes in your sluice and use wing nuts if that's your thing. That's available too. But to me, this is really solidly built, and the toolless installation is huge. Now, this thing does have one downside, and it is very, very minor. If you look at the design of this, you can see that the water feeds in through the hose, and it's kind of a wedge shape. And in here is a hollow chamber. I think that it's that chamber that gives it such a nice smooth flow. So that's why I really don't think this is a big deal. But the one thing I will say is whenever I took this off the sluice, disconnected the hose, I had a little bit of trouble getting all the water out from inside. So if you want to take this off your sluice, end of the day, and throw it directly in your pack, you can expect to get some water in your pack, which is never a really good thing. So really simple solution is just to either let it dry or to maybe get a Ziploc bag, toss it in a Ziploc bag at the end of the day, and then dry it out when you get back homeward to camp. But very, very minor thing. But I think it's a necessary evil in order to get the smoothest flow that this thing delivers. So bottom line, would I recommend this? Absolutely. There are so many uses for this. This could be the basis for a budget sluice build. You could get some aluminum channel or steel channel, get some cheap VMAT, some miner's moss, what have you. Start a cheap setup. You could use it as a cleanup sluice. In fact, there's a 3-inch version, I'm told, from Jason that's coming, so I can't wait to see that. But more than anything, I don't mind spending a bit of money on my hobbies. And regardless of the fact that this is cheap, it just works. It's awesome. So it delivered. I mean, look, the results we got speak for themselves. The gold was all caught for the most part, and we really put it to the test. We used some super fine gold. So I think Jason's got a real winner here, and you know what? I'm going to give it 4.8 PBR out of 5. Cobbles, folks. Jason, great product you got here. Cheers. We'll catch everyone on the next one.
All right, legends. Lucky number for this one, 17. Again, I'll be in chat announcing the winner as we speak. Congratulations to whoever that is. Now, the next video was my first prospecting trip of the year. We headed out to Marathon, Ontario to prospect the Glacial bed for some Glacial till gold. And we had a nice hunt for some Uper lights and had some great adventure along the way. Let's check it out, guys.
All right, folks. Canadian winter friggin' sucks. It sucks so bad that you just want to break out, you want to go crazy, you want to do something.
Here's Johnny.
Yes, so today we are in Marathon, Ontario. I'm here actually for work, but I've got some time off in between rotations, and we are on the farthest north shore of Lake Superior. This is right in the middle of Glacial Till area, right adjacent straight down south from the Canadian goldfields. Fantastic place to hunt for Glacial Till gold, but it's also the birthplace of euperlite rocks. Now you might be asking, what's a euperlite? So the euperlite is a rock that's rich in sodalite. So it's first discovered in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, or the UP, and that's where it got its name from. It glows fluorescent orange under UV light, and it originates in Canada. So while it was discovered in Michigan, it originated up here. You'll find, if we can find one, that they're very rough up here. They haven't gone through the Great Lakes. Usually the ones that are found in Michigan are nice and smooth. These ones are rough and chunky. I mean, I'm telling you, us Canadians, we send you all the good stuff. We sent you Keanu Reeves, Mr. John Wick himself, Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool. All right, okay, maybe not everything we send is so great, but I digress. Let's go check out the area we're going to prospect. Now here's the Google Maps image of the property that I'm going to be prospecting. I only have permission, unfortunately, on the south side of the road. I wasn't even able to find the landowner for the north side, which kind of stinks because there's a beautiful pond on that north side of the road. Notice the color in those ponds. That's pure clay. So this is obviously this Google Maps photo was taken in the summertime, but you can see from north to south how the glaciers carved a channel right down the middle of this bush area here. Now I have already been ahead and scouted. There is a nice, almost a road in. I could probably take my truck in if I wanted to, but we're going to walk. It's a beautiful day, and I'll show you guys what we're going to be looking for. So we're going to be looking for formations like this. This picture depicts granite, but we're going to be looking for any type of solid bedrock. Granite is fairly native to this area, and what we want to do is, just like you're crevicing in a stream, we want to get all that gunk and dirt and clay and all that good stuff out from the midst of these bedrock cracks. Now you might ask why I'm not prospecting in a stream. We do not have any water nearby here as far as I know. The reason is all the streams here are just running too fast. So this is my way of getting out early and looking for some gold. Is it going to be lucrative? Probably not. Typically I'll find a small sampling of gold, which is all I'm after. I really just want to get out. It's a fantastic opportunity, and some people don't have gold-bearing streams in their area. This can show you that if you live in the Glacial Till area, you'll be able to go out and hopefully find some gold too.
All right, guys, so we're at the middle of the gravel pit, kind of the start of the old, I call it the gravel pit. You know, it's Glacial Till gravels. Kind of the start of the ancient riverbed that the glaciers carved out. You can see to my right, which would be west, is a berm. You can see the land kind of goes upwards. And likewise east to the left, same deal. So unfortunately we have a lot less open ground than I thought we would. They've had a lot more snow here than we've had back home, but we'll do our best, see if we can pull up some dirt. Right now I'm going to head down to that pond, and then we're going to fire up the camp stove, have a little bite to eat, and do a bit of prospecting.
All right, so awesome find number one. I was just heading down to check out this pond here. I was hoping to get some water for some gold panning, be able to get rid of some of our dirt and carry less back home. But I saw this deer trail here coming off the path towards the pond. Look up and see if you guys can see what I see. There's an antler shed down there. Go take a look at that bad boy. There we go. Look at that. Let's take a quick grab this out of the snow here. It's a half of an 8-pointer or a 4-pointer if you're from the west. Pretty cool. There's treasure number one. Awesome day. Note to self, antlers aren't the only things deer leave behind. Better watch our step around here. Well, folks, fortunately things didn't go to plan. We've hiked all the way to the top of the pit. There is no exposed bedrock or granite yet. Everything's got 6 inches of snow on it, which is, you know what, I'm just quick out of the gate. So excited to get out here in the wilderness and enjoy myself. That's the bad news. The good news is if you look around behind me, to my back is a southwestern exposure, and there's lots of those in here. And you can see mixed in with all this soil, there's a whole bunch of glacial till rock. And what that means is, being that we're in Marathon, Ontario, it's a perfect opportunity to come back tonight with our UV flashlight. We're going to hunt for some raw Yooper lights. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to head back down in the middle of the pit, have myself a bite to eat, make myself a nice bush lunch, head back to the truck, head back to the hotel room, take a little nap, and we'll be back tonight with the flashlights. Alright guys, so we're outside. We got our main light going. Believe me, this thing is bright, almost too bright. So this is the flood setting. Sorry, that's the spotlight setting. There's the flood setting. Look how bright this bad boy is. You really want to stay away from lights that are this bright, to be honest, when you're hunting the Yooper lights. I'm going to have to take 10 minutes to chill out and not be night blind. Because when I'm hunting Yooper lights, I'm going to use the UV light. So here, I don't know if you guys can see this. Yeah, you can see it a little. This is what the 365 nm light looks like when you're searching the ground. Way less bright, and that's why you don't want to go night blind with that big ass flashlight. You want to make sure that you got your wits about you and your eyesight good so you can hunt them Yoopers.
20 minutes later.
Alright guys, I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes you find the greatest of stuff in the weirdest of places. I'm right near the truck. I'm about to head back to the hotel. And then I come down the, down the driveway that enters the pit. And I see that. I'm sure you guys can make that out. Unbelievable. I thought I was going to get skunked. And here we are. Awesome Yooper. Let me show you a photograph of that, but holy cow. Let's get down as close as we can. Just kind of sitting there on the edge of the gravels. Awesome. Alright, so I got back to the hotel room, had a couple beverages, and got to thinking, as a fellow will do from time to time. And I decided I wanted to zoom in on these two ponds that we saw. The one that's on the north side that I don't have access to, and the one where I found the deer shed on the south. A quick look tells me these aren't clay at all. This is actually bedrock. These ponds are pure bedrock. And what that means is the terrain right around them, the edges of the pond, should also be pure bedrock. So I should be able to dig down right to bedrock and get samples of that earth and be able to find gold, hopefully, in that. Hopefully the ground's soft enough. We're going to head back out to the Glacial riverbed. It's supposed to be really nice and warm, and see if we can get some dirt samples. All right, guys. Well, it's a couple days later from our last adventure out in the Glacial riverbed. Just wanted to show you, I'm just east of it right now. Another good indicator that it's a riverbed and it's a big glacial drop zone is all these boulders that you see here in the wilderness. And you can see just as we're about to enter the riverbed, how the land curves up. That's what they call a tier. So this is a dropout tier, and where we're going down again is the bottom out tier. So can't wait to get there. Let's see if we've had some thaw. It's been quite warm today. Let's see what we find. We're back at the glacial till spot right on the riverbed. We have opened up quite a bit of ground. I haven't found any bedrock exposed yet, but as I mentioned earlier, and as I suspected, with the pond right behind us, this is all shallow growth. You can see it's all lichens and moss, very little plant growth, and that's because they have nowhere to root. They can't grow tall. And just putting in the shovel, the little trowel confirms it. No matter where I go, that's as far as it goes. And the reason for that is because we are right on bedrock. What we have on this bedrock is glacial tills. Dropped all the stones there. You can see the glacial till gravels in that scoop. This is the dirt we're looking for, right on bedrock. This hasn't been exposed in thousands and thousands of years. Anyways, long story short, all I got is this trowel because I thought that we were going to be crevicing. And I've got 4 of these buckets to fill up. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and not put you guys through watching me shovel. And the next time you see me, I'm going to be back home, about a 12-hour drive, and we'll process these buckets. All right, guys. Well, we are back at the house. Long drive home. It's the next day. Beautiful day. Not quite as warm as it was, but here's how we process these pails. I'm going to show you just one of them, how I do them. I've gone ahead and I've topped this up with water. This is biodegradable dish soap. I will be dumping this in the bush, and being that this is biodegradable, unlike jet dry, it won't harm the environment at all. So I put a few drops in there because we're going to stir this up, and just like when you're gold panning, the last thing you want is for your float gold to float away. And I've got my power drill here, and this is one of those, you get these for about $10 at the hardware store. They're actually made for stirring up paint, but they do a fantastic job of breaking up all the clay and muck. So we'll force this down here, give her a quick spin. And just like that, you've broken up all your clay. Your organics tend to get caught on the bottom of the stirrer here. And we've got our slop and our slurry. So I'm going to go and pour the water out into the bush, and I'll show you what the concentrates look like when I'm finished. Alright guys, so as you can see, we've managed to reduce that significantly. We've got maybe a quarter of a pail. Now what I typically do, and I won't bother showing you that step, is I'll take this and I'll put it in a gold pan, and I'll probably cut that in half. So we'll be turning 4 pails into about maybe a quarter of a pail by the time we're done, and that should have all our gold in it, if there is any. Alright, so after all that processing, hasty panning, we've classified everything down to 10 mesh, and this is what we have left. So this is our bigs here, and you can see our smalls. Just look at the color of those things. I guarantee you, I'm not going to bother drying these out because this is going through our cleanup sluice. Because man, I can tell you this stuff just by looking at it will be really, really difficult to pan. This is super, super heavy. So what we're going to do is we're going to pan out these bigs, and then we're going to run the smalls through our cleanup sluice. All right, so as always, we've got our handy dandy oil pan. I'm going to throw some jet dry in there because I guarantee you any gold, unless we're lucky enough to find something in the bigs, which I doubt, any fine gold would float away on us, and we don't want that. So we're going to tuck into these bigs. I'll do a couple pans live. Then I'll probably switch to a speed montage or something because, quite frankly, I don't hold out a ton of hope that there's going to be a lot in here, if anything. But it's certainly worth a try. Nice looking stuff. You can see this has been down a riverbed at one point or another because some of it is quite rounded. But you also have a lot of jagged stuff in here as well. Kind of a telltale sign, and there's some of our organics that managed to sneak through somehow. Nothing in that scoop. Do a couple more. Really got to super stratify this stuff. You want anything to fall to the bottom if there is anything. And nothing in that one either. Still though, very interesting material. Very encouraging to see this stuff. Looks like we're on the right track. At least we're processing the right kind of stuff anyway. That's half the battle. Yeah, and I should probably invest in some more classifiers instead of just going straight to 10 mesh. Makes the stuff easier to pan if everything's the same size. Nothing in there. Again, guys, not surprised at all. This Glacial till gold tends to be really, really small. But if there is anything, it does tend to be in the last pan, so keep that in mind. And as suspected, oh no, wait, there's a little piece of gold right there. Check that out. Just a little flowery speck. but gold nonetheless, and we will take it. So yes, we found gold. All right, so some of you guys that are newer to the channel may not have seen my Martin Prospecting gutter sluice, aka Dirt Russell. I use this for my cleanups. These aren't expensive. You get them for between 100 and 150 bucks with the aquarium pump included. But I thought I'd show you guys what I was using. I'd love to get a newer one, but this thing just does work. So I'm going to feed this, and at the end we'll come back, we'll take a look and see if there's anything in the riffles, and then we'll pan our stuff out. All right, guys. Well, I'm sorry for the shadows here, but we do have a little bit of fine gold built up in those riffles. I'm not sure if we're going to have weighable gold, but it's gold nonetheless. So let's get the mat out of the sluice, get it into a gold pan, and see what we can do. All right, so we cleaned out our sluice mat. We are down to the nitty gritty right here. There is some weird white stuff. I have no idea what it is. I don't think tungsten is native to the area, but it is very heavy, and it's made this really, really difficult. I would have brought you guys along for more of the panning, but holy smokes, it took me forever. Even after the sluicing. Let's see if we can get some sort of a reveal going here. I have seen, we saw the gold in the sluice, and I have seen flashes of it here and there. And that was a bit too aggressive because there's some coming down. Here we go. That white stuff is really annoying, whatever that is. Oh, and there we go. I'll be really careful with it. Every once in a while when you're panning, you just get that perfect shake. Things go right for you. That was one of those times. And there you go. We have about, I would say, maybe 30 colors in the pan right up here. Not bad for half a day's work. I'll take it. All right, guys. That concludes our first prospecting adventure of 2024. And I'm going to declare it an awesome success. Found our awesome antler shed here. Our awesome rough Uper light. And of course, 20 to 30 colors in your pan is never a bad day up here in Glacial Till Country. So I'm really, really happy with that. And, it goes to show that you can find gold almost anywhere if you kind of know what to look for. That place has lots of potential. I mean, I'm back up in Marathon often. I could bring my little mini stream sluice, set it up recirculating in that pond, and process tons of that dirt in a day and just have a sandwich and maybe even a couple of beverages and have a really, really nice day out by the pond. Awesome, awesome stuff. I want to thank everyone for watching along. Cheers, and we'll see you on the next adventure.
All right, legends. So congratulations to whoever had or was closest to 28. 28 was your magic number. I'll be announcing the winner over in chat. Great time on that video. Always nice to get out that first time of the year. For this next one, I actually won Gold is Where You Find It's membership giveaway. And he sent me a bag of crushed quartz pay dirt from Crevicing Gold Mine. And I noticed when I did it that it wasn't crushed very fine. So we actually go out, we crush that down even finer to see if we could find additional gold. Let's take a look at how that turned out.
What is good, folks? It's All Things Country here. Today, I'm pretty excited. So my buddy Aaron over at Gold is Where You Find It, he sent me this bag of gold ore from the Crevicing Gold Mine. This is not the ones that you buy over the internet. He actually lives in Georgia near Dahlonega. He's actually from Athens, but he prospects in Dahlonega quite a bit. And he sent me this $25 bag. So what we're going to do, so Aaron's told me that they do seed these with gold, but you can get more gold out of them if you actually crush them. So what I'm going to do, we're going to pan this as is first. Then we're going to take it outside. We're going to cook it up, crush it even into finer dust, and see if we can strangle some more gold out of it. I'm super excited. I've never done this before. Can't wait to try it. So this bag is actually a little bit damp, and it has the consistency, I guess if I could draw a comparison, feels kind of like a bag of brown sugar. It does have some larger pieces in it just from squeezing. So what we're going to do, we're going to kind of damp classify this with 10 mesh. And as you'll see, it's kind of sticking to the bag. Not too worried about that. We are going to, we'll flip the bag inside out and we'll pan out that contents as well. And we'll leave no stone unturned, literally. So yeah, you can see lots of stuff sticking in the bag. Kind of that lumpy brown sugar consistency. And I don't know if this is going to damp classify. It doesn't seem to want to. So we may have to go with plan B and actually wet classify this, which I was trying to avoid. But what the heck, we're here anyway. We got the stuff, let's get her done. All right, so after further review, I'm going to call an audible here. So I've kind of sifted through here. There's some bigger pieces, but there's not a lot. So like there's a little piece of quartz right there. That'll come out in the panning. I'll be able to crush that as well later. There's no sense in wet classifying this and then having to deal with 2 or 3 different sizes, because that is a lot of damp ore. So what we're going to do, we're just going to pan it regularly by the spoonful. You can see, I'll take my shovel spoon. See the consistency of most of it. Most of it's all the same size other than those few lumps. So what we're going to do, we're going to pan it out as per the plan. Take out the bigger chunks like this guy here that I just saw. And we'll crush those later after we heat this all up and dry it and put it through some sort of crusher. I haven't decided how I'm going to do that yet, so this is totally on the fly, guys. So if things change as we go, bear with me. It's all part of the adventure. All right, so what I've done is I've gone ahead and I've picked all the bigger pieces out as much as I could by hand, just kind of sifting through it, throwing them in that bag. We're going to put some jet dry in our oil change pan here. Keep any small gold from floating away. And what I want to do is probably, how are we going to do this? I'm going to bring this over. Yeah, we'll do it this way. I'm going to get some water in my gold pan here. Move all our oil change pan out of the way a little bit. Then what I'm going to do is kind of flip this Ziploc baggie inside out so I can rinse the larger pieces off and see they could potentially have gold on them, but also to get all the sand off the inside of the bag best we can. That's tricky, trying to get everything out of the little corners. definitely a unique experience compared to some other, your usual pay dirt that we go through here on the channel. But there you go. That bag looks pretty darn good. A little bit of water in it, but other than that, looks like we've got all the dirt out. I'm gonna set that aside anyways, just in case. And oh wow, look at that. So just rinsing those quartz pieces off. That is a beautiful, that's a terminated crystal right there. Rinse that off just a little bit more. I'm gonna put that aside. We wouldn't even have to crush that. I can look at that under the microscope. All right. Well, we didn't find any gold that was stuck in the bag, which is fine. I didn't, it's a low percentage chance, but you got to check anyway. But we did find all of these awesome quartz stones, including that terminated crystal piece. I'm really interested in this black piece. It has lots of specks in it. We're going to put all of these ones that potentially have gold underneath the microscope. Take a quick look at it. I doubt I'm going to crush any of these just because to me, the value of them with the gold fleck through it, if there is gold in them, would be worth more than taking the gold out. Just to have those specimens would be cool if there is gold in there. So let's go on. We're going to move on to panning all of this stuff really quick. Then the next step after that will be to heat it up, to dry everything out, and crush it down even finer. And then we're probably going to sluice it, I think, today. All right, folks. So let me tell you something. That was fun to pan. That material is so, the quartz, it just flows like butter in your pan. It's so relaxing. No stress over black sands, anything like that. Not that I mind panning more difficult dirts, but for a nice lazy afternoon like today, being able to pan that stuff was awesome. I can't wait to dry it out and crush it. Even if we get nothing, we get to play with the dirt. But the other piece, before I dump this, let me tell you something. Um, I've always wanted to do Croissant's dirt because they are a chance product. And by chance product, I don't mean those crappy like gold end pay dirt where they put one nugget in every 2,500th bag. They are true raw unsearched pay dirt that's been ground up like this. And they put a pinch of gold in every one so that everyone finds gold in when they buy a bag. But you can find a lot more, or you could find nothing in the unsearched ore and walk away with a low ROI. I've seen YouTubers get over 150% ROI on this stuff, and other YouTubers walk away with 22% and really pissed off. So it truly is a volatile product, but I think it's cool. I think, when you're prospecting, you never know what you're going to get. Like a box of prospecting chocolates up in here. But I think I got a pretty damn good bag. To me, for a $25 bag, I definitely think I got Aaron's money's worth and more. So I'm actually going to weigh this up now before we crush this, because I want to see how much we got from the original bag that Croissant sent, and how much we get after the crush in the ore. Super excited. I'm stuttering here. I'm beside myself. That was awesome. Ton of fun. Thanks, Aaron. But let's get this weighed up and move on to the next step. All right, so we are ready to get our weight. I have a feeling this is going to be pretty good. And for a $25 bag, that looks like a lot of gold to me. Some of it is very flat, but that would be what you would expect from crushed ore. Gold would either be flat or would be like round from having gone through a ball mill. So still really cool, super enjoyable. Either way, I had way more than 25 bucks worth of fun right there. And we're just getting started. I can't wait to heat up and crush this stuff. This is gonna be awesome. Wow, just like that, $25 bag, and we haven't gone through the stuff and crush it yet. 0.282 grams. That's awesome. Over a quarter gram. Way over a quarter gram. So let's get that put aside. And you know what? Before we head outside, we're going to look at our gems here and quartz under the microscope and see if some of this stuff needs to be crushed to get a little bit more gold out of it. Awesome.
Oh, no! Nerds! Nerds! Nerds!
All right, folks, bear with me. The weather's kind of on and off terrible right now. I've got my cheap dollar store frying pan here. My camp stove is lit up. You want to do this outside so you don't tick off your significant other, so to speak, because this does stink the place up quite a bit. I'm single, doesn't matter, but I still don't want my house to stink. By the way, ladies, speaking of being single, if you're between 40 and 55 and you own your own gold claim, I'm your man. Send pictures my way of the gold claim. So now we get this frying pan heated up. Get a bunch of spoons of our concentrates in there until they start steaming up. Get all the water. You want to make sure you have some sort of glasses or safety glasses on when you do this. What happens sometimes in rocks is they have trapped water inside. Cause a small explosion. That's the last thing you want is a piece of flaming hot quartz in your eyeball. So yeah, we'll get this all cooked up. Come back for some crushing. Well, folks, as the saying goes in Canada, you don't like the weather? Drive a mile or wait 5 minutes. So we have our coffee grinder here. I picked these up really cheap at a thrift store when I see them on sale. I have a lot of these, and I don't actually, like I said, this is my first time ever processing gold ore with one. But I buy lots of them because I do tend to grow peppers in the summertime, and I dry them, dehydrate them, and grind them into pepper shakers. So that's why I have quite a few. But we're going to do maybe 2 spoons, I think, at a time. Our nice dried concentrates here, our nice dried ore. Wish me luck. So I guess you kind of want to do that until you don't hear it getting crunchy anymore. Just like that, we're going to take a look. Oh yeah, super fine dust. That does remind me, if you're going to do this, guys, I forgot all about it. Wear a mask. So no harm done. We had a good breeze going there, but I'm going to put my mask on. I'm going to finish processing these. And when we come back, I'm going to show you what this looks like. It's really, really a fine powder. And it's going to go really nice over our cleanup sluice. I can't wait. Alright guys, I just wanted to bring you in really quick just to show you how well this is going. So we haven't even actually damaged the blades in the coffee maker. Just look how much beautiful crushed up ore we have. This stuff is fine like talcum powder. Just look at that. And that's what it looks like when you start with it. So we are getting this right down the nitty gritty. Can't wait to bring this downstairs and run it over the cleanup sluice. It's going to be awesome. Alright guys, so we have our cleanup sluice, Martin Prospecting Gutter Sluice, aka Dirt Russell, all set up. Got all our cons here nice and wet.
I'm going to feed these through. I know we've got some pyrite that will show up in here for sure. But hopefully, we got some nice flecks of gold. All right, so just look how dirty this water is. That goes to show you how much material we actually freed up out of that quartz ore that was trapped in there. So hopefully we freed up some gold with all this muck. These are our sluice concentrates that I've kind of emptied into the pan through dunking the sluice mat. Should be some pretty heavy, yeah, there's some pretty heavy material in there, hard to make out. But yeah, you can see a nice line of black sands there. And we are definitely seeing some gold. I knew there'd be some because I had some, I looked inside the sluice, obviously, when we were holy smokes, look at that. That is crazy. So, I mean, hey, listen, not a fortune. That was definitely worth putting through that coffee grinder. All right, so remembering that we got 0.282 before even crushing the ore, so just panning it out the regular way. That crushing was fun, I'm not going to lie, I really enjoyed that. When you don't want to play with dirt, maybe prospecting isn't for you, I love it. And by crushing and sluicing and panning, bang on 0.102. That is awesome, holy smokes. So 0.384 total. Fantastic. All right, guys. So first off, I want to thank Aaron over at Gold is Where You Find It for sending me that ore. He's got a fantastic channel. I'm going to put a link to Aaron's channel down in the description. I'm there pretty much every weekend. Aaron likes to go out and he prospects live in Georgia. Really, really great time. Lots of members of the prospecting community in there. Great place. It's a wealth of knowledge and just a great bunch of people. So check that out. I'm not going to go in. Normally at the end of a pay dirt type video, I do an ROI, but you know what? You guys can figure it out. This was a gift, and you know what? It was over 100%, I think, anyway. 0.384 on 25 bucks. Don't know if I ever paid tax or whatever, but realistically, from what I know of Chris On, it's a hit and miss product, and I think we got a hit this time. And the biggest thing was I had a ton of fun doing it. So guys, thanks so much for watching. Cheers, and we'll catch you guys on the next one.
All right, legends. Next prize goes to whoever had or was closest to 43. I'll be announcing that winner in chat. Great time crushing that ore. This time we get out right back, but this time to my favorite creek. I call it Sloppy Seconds Creek because where I prospect is where there used to be an old-fashioned trommel, and we're going through stuff that washes down from the old tailings piles, looking for that flaky, flaky gold. Let's take a look.
Good, folks. It's All Things Country here, and today we're heading off on an adventure. We're going to the first place that I ever started prospecting. It's on a piece of land that I own where my hunt camp is, and it's where a bunch of old-timers taught me how to prospect. It's a very special place to me, and I'm super happy to be sharing it with you guys, and it's called Sloppy Seconds Creek, and you're about to find out why. Alright guys, so here's an overview of Sloppy Seconds Creek. You can see in the top left corner my logo in that area with the dotted line around it. That's actually my property. So that's my hunt camp. It's some acreage that I bought with a little cabin on it. And the area that's circled over there, that's an old tailings pile because the property adjacent to my camp used to be a hard rock gold mine where they used to run a trommel. And back in those days, they didn't have excavators to get rid of their tailings pile. So what they do is they'd run the trommel alongside the creek, dump their tailings piles, and when it got full, they just use a tractor to pull the trommel further down the creek. So that tailings pile actually goes on for about 2 to 3 miles and is about 8 feet high. And every once in a while, something happens that causes the water to rush over top of those tailings piles and free up some of the fine gold that the old-fashioned trommels missed. Now, what are those couple of things? I'm going to tell you in a minute. So now that you guys know why I call it Sloppy Seconds Creek, with us getting the old-timers leftovers, here's where we're going to be prospecting today, and I'm going to tell you how the gold gets up here from those tailings piles. So right now, the situation that we're in is the spring thaw. So that happens for us once a year, and unfortunately right now, the actual honey hole, which is that big-ass inside bend, which is my favorite place to go prospecting, that's running way too fast. But we're going to go up just north of that into this little creek runoff, and we're going to prospect in there and see what we can find. I've had some success in there before, and I get that success by just taking off the top layer and running it through a sluice really, really quick. It's pretty easy gold. But I bet you're wondering, what's the second event that can cause this thing to flood? Beavers. That's right, you can't have sloppy seconds without beavers. And what I mean by that is every once in a while, beavers dam upstream, and they actually back the water up. And this is part of the local town's watershed. And they actually need that water running. So what they do is they call in this crazy guy with a blaster's license. And I'll give you 2 guesses who that crazy guy is. He has 2 thumbs, and it's this guy. So I go in, and I blow them up. And then I scoot down to my camp once the water's run through. And I get all the gold. And that looks like something a little bit like this.
It's going to be a raging torrent when we get down there.
With the wind.
That's why I said, how are we going to get back across it?
And I mean, sure, I've been known to wash out the occasional road. But I mean, hey, we're dealing with a lot of backed up water here. I'd say my results speak for themselves. But anyway, enough talk about beaver and sloppy seconds. Let's move on to some gold. That's what we're all here for. tributary off Sloppy Seconds Creek is right behind me. This is the very beginning of it. This is actually where I'm getting my cons from, but I don't know, you can't really notice. Just over here, I don't know if that's in frame, there's a muskrat / beaver ramp down to the creek. We're actually going to use that in my pack. I've got my Gold Hog Mini Stream sluice. I got my hose, my battery, and my Flowered Gold Wizards smooth water sluice head. We're going to set that bad boy up right here. Where we're going to go get the cons from is only about maybe 10-15 yards downstream, but this way we'll have nice deep water to run the pump in. I don't have to worry about it, and gives us an opportunity to get some better cons. 15 yards isn't a big haul. I've got my Mine Lab kit with my classifier here. We're going to fill a big bucket's worth of cons, and then when we get it through the Gold Hog Mini Stream Sluice, we're going to put it in this cute little baby bucket for all our cons. We're going to head back to the four-wheeler, head home, and we're going to process that. So let's go now, we'll get our cons, and then we'll come back and get the Gold Hog set up. Alright, I'm not sure if my face is in the frame or not, but this is kind of, I wanted to show you guys what we'll be digging here. So we can see this is the lower tide part of the creek. So you can see right here where that turns to cobbles, then to lighter cobbles, and then into gravels, and then to pretty much sand. So what we want to hit right around this layer here where all these heavies are dropping out. So what we're going to do, it's actually pretty hard digging. Get a shovel full at a time. You're going to notice you got a lot of black muck and earth, and what happens is these heavies, they won't last in this tributary for long. What's going to happen is over the next month or two, they're just going to sink through that muck. So you got to jump on these right during the thaw if you want to be successful. And since we don't have a whole lot of natural water here, unfortunately, I had to fill my little bucket from the creek here, and we muck it through the classifier that way. Good old-fashioned hand power. And I, of course, forgot to bring gloves, which is fine. I don't mind getting dirty in the least. In fact, after that winter inside, it feels pretty damn good. But just like that, we're going to keep going. We're going to fill this bucket, and I'm going to show you our sluice setup. It's actually pretty awesome. Well, folks, as we often do as prospectors, I've gone ahead and I've called another audible. So there was a beaver pond just in between the two spots. You can see I've got my bucket of material over there on the left. I was able to chop away about 2 inches of ice and get my sluice set up and tuck my pump underneath the ice. This way, when I pump out the water and I feed my tailings in, I don't have to worry about getting junk in my pump. Plus, I think it's going to look pretty goddamn cool watching my tailings skitter across the ice, I'm not going to lie. So I'm going to hop into frame here, plug this bad boy in. Got about 6 hours on this battery left. Come on, you. Hey, look at that. That is fantastic. All right, let's get to feeding. Look at that slop. Alright, okay, so we've put through 2 buckets so far. I'll show you what I see. I don't see hardly any gold. I see one little speck right in there. Don't know if you guys can even make that out. One right there. But one thing I do notice a lot of is steel shot. So I know the boys and I do go duck hunting back here quite often. It could be ours. No, that is not lead shot, just so you're aware. In Canada, the Migratory Bird Act dictates that we hunt migratory bird with steel shot and not lead, so we don't get lead in the waterways. But there is a lot of steel shot all throughout that top UR mat. That's crazy. Crazy. And an interesting looking little piece of quartz over there too that's stuck in there. But yeah, just look, there's some more shot down there. Just look at it all lined up in a row. That's awesome. At least I know my sluice is working, that's for sure. All right, guys. So normally I don't, because I know this area, I don't empty my mats into a pan them out, because I know that I'm on the gold, because I've done this every year since I've owned this camp. But you know what? Since I got a bit of an audience this time, we'll do just that, just to show you guys. Like I said, there's lots of lead shot in here, that's for sure. And I know I've probably got at least some gold, so not too worried about it. There we go. We'll just flip that over into the pan. And then you just kind of stretch it out by hand, like so. These gold hog mats are fantastic. Just like that. Beautiful. Nice and clean. Gonna pan this stuff out. And I'm gonna come back. I'll show you guys if we got any gold, and I'll definitely have some lead shot to show you, or steel shot, sorry, steel shot. Don't want to get myself in trouble. Alright guys, well I'm going to see how close I can zoom in on that, but there's all the color we got from 2 buckets. Keep in mind that's heavily zoomed in. I don't have anything in there for scale. I should probably put something. But on top of that, look at the amount of shot that we panned out down there in our dirt. That's borderline embarrassing. I must have dug up where one of me or the boys shot into the bank after something. That's crazy. But yeah, there's our color. Pretty cool. Alright guys, we're all packed up. We had about, I think it was 15 or 16 buckets, but man, my legs are sore, my back is killing me, but man, my heart is full. That's been a long time coming, getting out here after that long winter. Let me tell you something, sitting in a nice fishing shack, drinking beer and cooking and eating hot dogs all day, doesn't do much for this guy's girlish figure, but you know what, we'll get back into shape this season. Happens kind of every year, so really enjoyable day. We're gonna head home and we'll head down to the panning station. I'm gonna have to dry these cons out, and then we'll pan them out and see how we do. Alright guys, so it's been a few days. I've actually had the material from my sluice sitting around on this really old gold pan I had. It's been sitting on a heating vent in my house drying out. I didn't bother going ahead and forcefully cooking this or anything like that. But we got the 10 mesh classifier here. We're going to get her down to 10 mesh. I really need to invest in more of these little classifiers, to be honest with you. I'd like some larger sizes. I know these, I think 10 mesh is the biggest you can get. What I really need is some larger ones, so when I bring buckets from the field, I can get it down to, you know, 1/4 inch, 8 inch, stuff like that. So yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll give this a good shake and get it all classified into bigs and littles. Well, I got my magnet here, and we're going to, this area is terrible for magnetics, always has been. Lots of iron in the quartz in the area. And it's also, there's also an active nickel mine nearby. So yeah, there we go. Bigs and littles, you know, a few littles trapped in there. Throw those in there. Now on to checking for magnetics. All right, so here we go. Like I said, this area is typically really bad for magnetics. It's even worse when we do the gravel bar. The gravel bar is absolutely terrible. What? Oh yeah, just look at that. That's a very healthy amount of magnetics, boy. All right, well, we got our oil change pan here, which is in desperate need of a water change, but we should be able to get through this anyway. Pan out these magnetics. This usually does take a little while. They are moving around pretty good. That's odd. There you go. The magnetics, look at the, this is strange. I've never seen that from this spot before. They're big and chunky. Interesting. All right. I'm sure we'll get down to a point where it's going to be really tough, but those, what we were able to get rid of so far, flew off pretty well. Yeah, they're spreading around nicely. Here we go. Should be our last little dip. Okay, and we do have, I don't know if you guys will even be able to make that out. There's a tiny, tiny fly poop flower gold in there. Right here on the corner. All right, so on to these bigs. I don't hold out too much hope that we're going to get much of anything in here. Maybe some fly poop that stuck to the bigs. Who knows, though? Give her a shot. As you know, as I mentioned earlier about this spot, you're trying to get gold that the trauma missed, right? So I don't think it misses too much of the bigger stuff. To be careful when panning out these big stones. Always best to take a break and scoop some of these off. This is, like I said, this is why I need a couple of larger size classifiers. I actually smell iron in the water from doing this. Is that gold? It's gold colored, that's for sure, but I'm gonna put that aside. It's dirty, so I can't really tell if that's gold or not. We'll look at that afterwards. All right, so we're just finishing up the bigs. But I'd save you guys some of the boring stuff. Other than that one piece that we have to look at shortly, I haven't seen anything in here. And this final pan is no exception. All right, so didn't think I'd get much in the bigs, but let's go ahead and we'll take a look at that little piece we dug out that was kind of gold colored. See if that's anything special. All right, guys, I am absolutely beside myself. On further review, that piece that we pulled out that had slid halfway down the pan, it wasn't 100% gold. It was about 50% gold. This is a golden quartz specimen. This is the coolest piece of gold I have ever found prospecting. You guys probably won't be able to make that out, but I am going to put that underneath the microscope to show you guys. I already waited. I was so excited. It's 0.3 grams, so again, not huge, but definitely the coolest piece of gold that I have ever found prospecting in the wild. And that explains why it flew down the pan so easily and why it would have slipped through the old timer's trauma, because it's at least 50% quartz. And obviously, quartz weighs a lot less than gold, and it slipped through because it was lighter than a full piece of gold. All right. So in the interest of honesty, let's keep in mind that this is heavily, heavily magnified. It comes in at 0.3 grams, but I am absolutely stoked. What a really, really, really cool piece of gold. And this is going to make a nugget capsule. And I am stoked. I'm absolutely beside myself. How cool is that? Now, I could use muriatic acid and dissolve the quartz and have a really cool looking gold formation, but I think this looks really cool the way it is, and that's how it's going to stay. Awesome, awesome stuff. So yeah, not only can you find gold in Ontario, you can find gold in Ontario that looks like Ontario. That piece is going to be hard to beat. But anyway, let's go ahead and let's blast through some smalls and see what we get. All right, folks. Well, as always, Sloppy Seconds Crick did not disappoint. Still got some cleanup work to do on this, but lots and lots of pieces of gold, plenty of color in the pan, all very, very, very tiny. So this is either fly poop gold or flake gold. You'll notice when I poured out the snuffer, I poured it directly into the corner because what happens, see how the flat gold sticks to the bottom? That's how flat this stuff is. It sticks and it doesn't want to move. It doesn't have enough weight to help it move around. So we'll dry this out naturally. I'm not going to take a heat gun to this stuff because it'll blow these flakes all over the place. Then I'll be sweeping up my panning table again. But really, really cool. Great day out. I'm not going to even guess the weight on this, but it's probably not what you guys think. Probably not even 0.1 grams, but definitely an awesome day out. And hey, check that out. There's our little specimen in a nugget display case. Great memento of the day. Coolest piece I've ever found. So an absolute success all around. We got some beautiful gold. We got a nice specimen. We got some fresh air. Exercise. Fantastic. Spring is finally coming. Oh God, I can't wait to get to that honey hole.
All right, guys, somewhat unusual, but I'm actually going to film the outro before I even bring my cons home. So you guys have already seen what I got. I haven't. And the reason I'm doing that is because this right here, this is the real gold. It's getting out here in nature, getting that fresh air and exercise, doing something you enjoy, something you love. Absolutely fantastic, and it feels so good. It's so good for your mental and physical health just to get out in nature and enjoy the sounds and the sights and the fresh air. I hope you guys enjoyed coming along with me. Next time we come back here, we'll be in the honey hole, and I can't wait. So, cheers, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll catch you on the next one. That was awesome.
All right, legends. So the winner is whoever had or was closest to the number 92. 92 was the number. I'll be giving that out in chat. Congratulations on your GoldBack win. For this video, something a little bit different. Mr. Beast did this video about the worst jobs that you could do, and he mentioned gold prospecting as the worst. Let's see. I took a day out. I went out and actually calculated my hours and how much gold found, etc. Let's see how I did. Dan Hurd actually made a guest appearance on Mr. Beast's video, which is kind of strange, but let's take a look.
ATC, it's me. Or I mean, it's you. Or I mean, it's you from the future. I have an important message. Check it out. If you don't head out prospecting right now and stop drinking beer on your bucket, this is what the weather's going to look like tomorrow. What is good, folks? It's All Things Country here. In my YouTube travels, I recently came across a video from this little known YouTuber guy named Mr. Beast or something like that. And in this guy's video, he claims that gold panning is the worst job in the world and that you can't make a living off of it. So I am out to prove Mr. Beast wrong. And also to help him out a little, maybe throw him a few of my subs since I think he could probably use them. And let's see where we go. Damn, that was hard keeping a straight face. Alright, so before we get started, let's take a good look at Mr. Beast's gold panning adventure.
Gold panning, that can make as little as $1 a year.
But we're gonna make millions.
Statistically not.
Basically, gold panners put dirt in this mechanism, and with enough shaking and water, all of the gold is filtered out to the bottom. But it's not very easy, because after 5 hours of searching, I was definitely not rich.
Oh, boys, I found gold!
No!
How much is that little nugget worth?
That is 2 cents.
Exactly my point. You could do this for a whole year and only make $1.
So Mr. Beast's idea of just a step up from gold panning was a $100,000 a year paleontologist, which looks something like this.
This is easily the largest bone that I've ever worked on in my career.
And you let me and Carl touch that?
Absolutely. This is easily the largest bone.
And you let me and Carl touch that?
Pardon?
So obviously Mr. Beast kind of simplified panning and how it works. The gold doesn't just drop out the bottom of the pan. And I found it kind of ironic. For those of you who don't know, or for those of you who missed the irony, the long-bearded prospecting fella in Jimmy's video is Dan Hurd, one of the most popular prospectors on YouTube, a man who has made his entire living off prospecting and mining and probably started off gold panning. He lives in British Columbia, which is the most expensive area to live in Canada. The average house in BC is worth $1 million, so kind of crazy. But anyways, onwards. Alright, so since the premise of Jimmy's video was what is the worst job to work, I'm going to take the job that I think would be the worst to work, and that is fast food. Dealing with all those Karens, hot deep fryers, coming home after 8 hours smelling like a hamburger after making minimum wage. No thank you. So I'm going to compare that to gold panning, and we'll see how they balance out and how we end up in the long run.
Alright, so money-wise, I looked up what the average minimum wage is in the United States. Those figures are here on the left. That's the figures that we're going to use in this video for the worst job. I also looked up online what people think makes up a good workplace and a good job. Those things are here on the left. We're going to judge based on those as well. So, here's the rules. I'm going to limit myself to the equipment that Mr. Beast had on hand. He did mention that it's gold panning, so I'm going to use the same equipment that Jimmy had. I'm going to use my MineLab gold pan and classifier. I'm going to bring along a bucket and a shovel, and that's it. That's all we're going to use, and we're going to find out how much money we can make in a day and extrapolate that over a year. Alright guys, so we made it to the creek. Pretty nasty day at the office. Really cold, raining a little bit, probably going to start snowing pretty soon. Not a big deal. You can hear that wind coming up, holy smokes. So I don't know if you can make out the middle of the creek, but the middle of this creek is actually bedrock. But we're not going after the bedrock today. That's something we're going to do later. It's actually about 2.5 feet deep out there. I didn't bring my waders because we're going after all along the sides of the creek. And the reason we do that is because that's where the flood gold deposits. We're off the main chute of a larger creek. What happens is it washes some flood gold down here during the spring thaw, and you really need to get it within the first couple of weeks. Otherwise it sinks far enough down that you'll never see it. So we're going to go after that up and down the sides of the creek, and we're going to do something that's called speed panning. Like I said, I didn't bring my sluice, so the idea is to get some material in your pan, like a full pan full, classify it down, take a lot of the lights off, pan it down to heavies and throw those heavies in the bucket, and then we're going to bring them home and throw them over our cleanup sluice. So let me show you what it looks like when I pan out a pan of this material. Alright guys, so here's a pan of the material we're dealing with. Those geese are loud. Alright, here's a pan of the material we're dealing with. You can see it's got some small rubber gravels in it, but a lot of it, you can see that's where the bottom of the shovel is this clay. And this is the clay that the gold tends to sit on. And it's not the most dense clay. You can ball it up, but at the end of the day, if I leave this gold too long, it's going to sink in. So that's why right after the flood, I like to come in, comb the edges of the creek, get a bunch of this stuff, and pan it out. So what I'm going to do, I don't have a good area here for panning. I've already tried a couple spots, but I've dumped my GoPro at least twice, and it doesn't have the waterproof housing on it. So I don't want to have my GoPro land in the water, obviously. I'm going to classify this and speed pan it down and show you guys the kind of stuff that we're throwing in the bucket. Alright guys, so you can see what's in the classifier. This is a 1/2 inch classifier, and you can see lots of quartz is really a huge part of this area. This gold that we're going after isn't traditional placer gold. It's actually a hard rock gold from an upstream gold mine. Used to be an upstream gold mine, and we're going after the tailings piles that wash down the creek whenever we get the spring floods. So you might have seen that in an earlier video of mine, but anyways, that's what we're tossing away in the classifier. And all we got left is this pan of muck. So we got our big riffles here. You can see how I broke down all that clay and all the muck is in there. So you want to get that good and wet. Give that a really good stratification. So you leave that clay for too long and it just balls right up. So you leave that clay for too long and it just balls right up right there. But you want to get that good and liquefied. There we go. You see stuff's moving around. Get all the heavies to the edge and then pan it off. Now you can see we're starting to get down in the nitty-gritty of the heavies. You don't have to be too careful when speed panning. Just want to get it down low enough that you're not wasting space in your bucket with light materials. There we go. So to me that's good, even though there is some quartz. So that is what we're going to end up putting in our bucket. You can see it's very, very dark looking materials. Has a little bit of quartz in it, but not much. That's just stuff that didn't flow off the top. But there you go. You see this pink material here? This is granite. Very, very heavy stuff. So we're going to keep going. I think I'm going to spend about 3.5 hours out here, or I'm going to try to anyway. So that would give us 7 hours of panning if I double it. And then what we could do is spend the last hour doing a cleanup. So that would give us an 8-hour workday.
One eternity later.
Alright guys, so we're back. I actually ended up staying for a full 7 hours. The weather kind of passed. It was still pretty windy, but I am beat. Little secret between us girls, I didn't actually leave my waders behind on purpose. I kind of forgot them, so my feet are soaked. Should have at least worn rubber boots. I didn't have to get in the creek, but just getting around the creek soaked my feet. This time of year in the spring, it's always a cluster, right? I don't have everything in my truck that I would normally have. But we're at our downstairs panning station. I got my little cleanup sluice going here. We've got our concentrates. There's some in the bucket here. I got a gold pan full. You guys can see how nice and dark those are. We are going to go ahead and process everything through our cleanup sluice. And then we're going to clean out our mat and process our concentrates.
so we are done sluicing. I do see some nice gold in those riffles. I don't know if we made minimum wage, but there's gold in the riffles, so there is that. So the actual hobby prospector in me is very happy. There we go. Get our mat out. So the easiest way to do this is just to stand your mat straight up. Get rid of the fold here. And then you're just going to turn it backwards. And what you're doing is applying a little bit of pressure to open up those riffles. Let all that heavy material fall out. Just like that, we reduced almost a full bucket into maybe a tablespoon in the bottom of the pan. So we'll switch the angles. I'll pull up the panning station and we'll pan this stuff out. All right, folks. So I actually went to bed, had a good sleep because I was out all day. I was pretty exhausted from all that wind. We got our panning station. I'll show you what the weather looks like today in a minute, but crazy what rolled in while I was prospecting. Anyways, here's our oil change pan. Plenty of jet dry because the gold in my area is small. I just wanted to show you guys. This is the amount of concentrates that we got after our little cleanup sluice. So you guys may be saying, oh, you're cheating. Mr. Beast didn't have a cleanup sluice. Well, A, we didn't see Mr. Beast clean up. And B, well, Mr. Beast also had a $400 pair of Cabela's waders, and I had nothing. So you know what? I'm giving myself this damn cleanup sluice. So let's get after it, and I'll pan it down a bit, and we'll come back when we're down in the nitty-gritty and see what we get. All right, folks, we're down to our big reveal. The last tiniest little bit of material left. Really, really heavy stuff. It's been a pretty tedious cleanup, actually. Again, I'm getting some of this white stuff in there. It's kind of a dullish gray white. No idea what it is. Tungsten is not native to my area, so that stuff's been really, really stubborn to separate. But you can see we're starting to develop a nice gold smile. Stretch that out. See, there's a piece of that white stuff there. Really, really odd. Give her a tap. Nice. So in the interest of transparency, this is the best time of year in my area to get gold. Being that it's not natural placer gold, it's actually gold from a hard rock mine that's floated down from old tailings piles. You really got to jump on this flood gold stuff when it happens, but really nice. We're starting to develop, really nice little pile there. Tedious cleanup, that's for sure. Yeah, there you go. I'll leave it at that. I'll do the cleanup on the side. Just to show you guys for perspective, here's a dime in the pan compared to all that gold. So we'll get it down. I don't think that we made minimum wage by any means, but we certainly had a lot of fun. So I'm going to finish this up. We'll get a weight and see how we did. All right, so it is weigh-in time. This gold is super, super fine. Other than the one piece, which I can kind of feel, everything is just really, really, really flat. Typical for my area, actually. Kind of hear that one piece scraping, but other than that, that's it. And there we go. So just like that, 0.194 grams. All right, folks. So we worked 8 hours, completed roughly 65 pans, give or take. We recovered 0.194 grams of gold. At a gold price, today's spot is $73.63 a gram, giving us a gold value of $14.28, or a whopping hourly wage of $2.04. That gives us an awesome annual salary of $4,243.20. All right, guys, who's with me? Who's quitting their day jobs right now? All right, so let's go through our little chart here and see how we did. As far as living wage, well, we certainly didn't make it gold panning. We're going to have to give that one to fast food. As far as leadership, well, we're going to give that one to gold panning because you know what? If you're working for yourself and you hate your boss,
you've got a serious problem. There's nothing I can do to help you with that. The third one, let's talk about schedule flexibility. Well, gold panning has a flexible schedule to some point, but you have to hop on that flood gold when it's there. Obviously, you have to do it during the day. I mean, it's pretty hard to gold pan at night, although I have actually done it in the past. But that being said, it is more flexible than fast food, so we'll give that one to gold panning. Now let's talk about benefits. Well, I'm kind of on the fence on this one because, you know, gold panning is much more better for your mental health than working fast food. Dealing with all those Karens would drive me absolutely bonkers. However, most fast food places, if you do work full-time, they're big companies. You have actual benefits that pay your medical and dental. You've all seen pictures of the old prospectors. Not one of them has a full set of teeth. We're going to have to give that one to fast food. And then safety in the workplace. Well, you know what? The worst thing that could happen is you fall gold panning and you hit your head and drown. Meh. I'd still take that over the mental health aspect of working in fast food. Possibly getting burnt by a deep fryer, etc. Getting salmonella poisoning from all those cheap chicken nuggets in a bag or what have you. So we're going to give that one to gold panning. Alright guys, so obviously you can't make a living panning for gold. If you could, I'd be doing it. I'm actually an industrial engineer. I do a lot of work in mines, and it is hard work. And I don't mean the stuff I do, I mean the stuff those miners do. It is incredibly hard work, but it's a lifestyle. Prospecting to me and to anyone else that does it is a hobby, and that's the way it should remain. That being said, I wanted to give a thumbs up to Mr. Beast. I poked a little fun here in the video. You know, I have a lot of respect for Jimmy, not only because he built this massive YouTube channel, but he's used his platform to do a lot of good things for a lot of people, and you know, his platform benefits humanity, and that's something that's really, really admirable. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching. Don't go out rushing to buy a gold pan anytime soon to strike it rich, because, you know, I don't suggest it. Let's just leave it at that. Cheers, guys. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you on the next adventure.
Alright, you legends. Congrats to whoever had, or was closest to, 27. 27 was the magic number. Congrats on your GoldBack win. Now, for this next video, this is probably one of the most favorite videos that I recorded this year of mine. This is the dollar store challenge that was initiated by the Hit Bees. I thought it was fantastic fun. I had a great time doing it and making the video and hamming it up a little bit. Let's take a look at how that turned out.
decades and centuries, mankind has searched streams and rivers in search of gold, looking to strike it rich and make a name for themselves. Not today, though. Today, we go ghetto.
Alright folks, here we are at my local prospecting store for the day, the lovely Dollarama. So we're going to go in, see what we've got for options. It is springtime, luckily, so we should have some things around shovels, like a little bit of a gardening department or something. Maybe give me a little bit of an option. Anyway, let's head in, see what we find. Alright folks, so today we're going to be doing the Dollar Store Challenge, and some of you may have seen it on other channels, such as one of my favorite channels, Hit the Explorer. But you guys know me, I'm a little different, right? So you know that my Dollar Store Challenge is going to be different from anyone else's. So essentially speaking, the way a Dollar Store Challenge works is you can only use things that you get at the dollar store to prospect, and for this case, usually there's a dollar limit. I've limited myself to $10 US, and I'm going to list all my prices in the next segment so you guys can see them. But here's what we have. We have bought this awesome waste paper basket. We have some lumber. Now you're saying ATC, you can't get lumber at the dollar store. Well, you can if you're desperate like me and you have a pry bar and you know where they keep the pallets. So that is where my lumber is from. The other piece that we have here is a screw and 3 little spacers. So this used to be a paper towel rack, but in true dollar store fashion, as I was taking it apart to salvage this piece, which I'm going to need, the paper towel rack split into 20 pieces. It's long gone in the garbage. So that's where that came from, if anyone wants to know. I will take that into consideration and factor that paper towel rack in the price. We have our $2 trowel. We have an oil change pan. I've already gone ahead and roughed up the bottom here. Those of you who have watched me do pay dirt reviews or pan inside in my basement in my panning station know I can actually pan in one of these things, and I'm going to prove it today. We have our cheap sandbox bucket. I like to call this little guy Happy Fillmore. He's going to be part of the equation, and you're going to see how. And we got this cheap office recycling bin. So yes, we got all of this under $10, and I swear to God, the woman at the cash must have known that I was a prospector, because she went ahead and she threw in this awesome prospecting pack. Let's start the show.
All right, so here's our ledger, which I have submitted to the ATC accounting department. And this shows what we paid at the dollar store. It's not too bad. We're underneath our $10 US limit, right up there near the top of it, but that'll do. And it's time to get to the construction phase of the project. Let's see what we can build out of this junk. I've got something really different in mind.
Alright guys, those of you who have been my subs for a long time, you know that I appreciate you guys. And that's why I'm trusting you with this technology. You guys are going to be the first to see this state-of-the-art gold getting system. Now you've seen my gold gutter sluice, aka Dirt Russell. You've just met my new pail, aka Happy Fillmore. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the first ever dollar store trauma, aka Tailing Swift. patent pending. Don't you go stealing this now. Anyways, we're going to take this bad boy out to the field, and we're going to see if we can get us some gold. So now's the fun time. Let's head out.
All right, so here's something a little bit different. This is an area that I prospect absolutely every year. You see, you have your natural creek, which flows from west to east. Encircled, you have an actual channel that's man-made. Now, the farmer has dug that to fill his pond. He's next to my property. So we're actually going to head down to this little channel. And what happens is that channel floods every year, fills the pond, then it dries up. But it's a perfect opportunity to go through and for the flood gold to have accumulated in there, and I'll be able to pick around the rocks and fill those little smiley face pails without too much effort or having to dig out tons of dirt or classify stuff.
What is good, folks? What's good, folks? I'm going to have to speak up a little because it's quite windy out here today. We've got some really bad weather rolling in. That being said, the flood has receded. This is a tributary off of one of my favorite prospecting creeks. So this is one of the better times of year to jump in and get some flood gold. We're in the beginnings of spring. We did have a secondary large snowfall and then followed by a bunch of rain and warm weather. But this is really cleared out. You can see we've got, for water, we've got nothing but puddles left. And there's some really nice bedrock and stuff like that with some crevices. Stuff we can go in with our dollar store trowel, dig around, get a few buckets and see what we can do. Honestly, what I'm trying to accomplish here, to win this, to succeed in the dollar store challenge, it's not about getting a lot of gold, because I'll be coming back here shortly with a full-size, all my gold gear and my full pack. What I'm trying to accomplish today is just to get some gold to complete the challenge. So we're going to dig in some prime spots, probably get a 5-gallon pail, the equivalent of that worth of material, process that, and if we can get a few flakes of gold, we've won the challenge. So without further ado, all right, so just look at this stuff. Look at this beautiful decomposing bedrock. This bedrock, he's losing it. It's lost all composure. This is perfect stuff. And right around it, on top of having bedrock, we got the double threat, because this is clay. Now, I don't know how that's going to process through the dollar store trommel, but holy smokes, that's good. The top layers of that are going to be holding that flood gold, hopefully, like crazy. So I'm going to head in just like that. In between these rocks, I've got some gravels, I got some clay. We're going to fill a bunch of buckets, and then we're going to run them. Our trommel is actually further back down on a flat surface because it's too hilly around here to set it. Not the most convenient, but let's have at it. Folks, well, it's trommeling time. So we have in our oil pan slash gold pan here, we got some water. We've added some creek water to our bucket of cons here, and it is full of mostly broken down clay, well, half broken down clay, and as you can see, some river gravels that were picked out between the rocks. So I added the water to try and break some of this clay up before it hits the trommel, because I don't know how well this is going to work. Anyway, we're going to keep going. We can go until the recycling bin is full, or until our back gives out, one or the other. Probably the back's going to give out first if this bucket was any indication. So there we go. Spread some of that out across your trommel. Get a few good scoops. That's probably enough. I don't know how much weight this thing can take. And then you're going to pour your water across. Well, trommeling. And because this thing is tilted, you got to kind of hold it up as you're going. But there we go. Getting the job done. It's actually doing something. And in here, let's see what we got. Yeah, we had some stuff fall off, but mostly smaller rocks. There we go. You know what? I think what I'm going to do, yeah, this makes sense. I'm going to turn that sideways. There we go. So now when the rocks fall out, you're going to fall past the recycling bin instead of into it, because I only really want the smaller ones. There we go. bit of smush. Let's do some more trombling. Yeah, and there you go. Everything's falling out past that bucket, which is what I want it to do. We can add water as needed. Very cool.
Five hours later.
Alright guys, so we have actually made it home. I brought, we've got about half of this recycling bin full. That's as much as I could do. One thing I didn't buy at the dollar store was knee pads. So bending over with that little trowel all day, digging in between those rocks, really hard on the back. That being said, we did pick and choose some prime areas, but I did make a mistake in bringing my cons home. Not thinking, because doing this dollar store challenge thing, yes, I can pan with an oil change pan, but what am I going to pan into? So we have I do have a duck pond in the back, but it's overflowed with all the spring thaw. So it's too shallow to pan into. So we're going to have to improvise. So what we're going to do is take a scoop of our, geez, even now the clay is drying up and that stuff. Take a scoop of our cons here. There we go. And what we're going to have to do is pour some water into it. And it'll give us something to pan with. So there we go. We are rolling back nicely. Still didn't get all the clumps of clay out though. I'm going to have to do those fresh in the pan. And scoop number 1. Sweet FA. Alright, on to scoop number 2. We're going to come across, we did get what looks to be a fairly nice piece of gold too. And it was not, ironically, at the bottom of the pan. It is, where are we? There it is. That's pyrite over here. Come on. Right there at the end of my finger. Right there is our little piece of gold. We will take it. That completes the challenge. Thank God. Because we were, number 1, we were running out of cons. And number 2, I wasn't going back to get more of this stuff or using that stupid trommel ever again. What a piece of crap.
All right, gang. So I went back over the video. I just realized you couldn't really see the gold very well. So luckily enough, I had kept my oil change pan out in the garage. Just doing my editing. So see if we can get a better look at the gold. I mean, it's only one piece, so not much to look at, but it's there. There we go. Hopefully it pops back up as easily. There we go. Not too hard to pan in these oil pans, as you can see. Once you really get the hang of panning, there's, pretty much panning anything that's got a rough surface. Actually, I got lucky. This oil change pan kind of came rough. It's not like a smooth plastic. There we are there. Right there is our piece of gold. Right there. Bring that up so you guys can see a bit better. Yeah, there we go.
Well, there you have it, folks. We crawled to the finish line, but we made it. Got a little tiny bit of gold. Good enough. Challenge complete. I'm done. Never going to do that again. I don't know what I'm going to do with that trommel, but I'll find something entertaining to do with it. But holy smokes, man, that was a pain in the butt. I think the hippies had it right. Just, if you're going to do the dollar store challenge, the best way, find something as a gold pan, find a classifier, get a shovel, and like they did, a hammer, I believe, and be done with it. Because that was crazy. Anyways, it's done. It's complete. Feather in the cap, notch on the belt, whatever. Cheers, guys. Get out there, whatever you do, even if it's a dollar store challenge, you're just prospecting, you're just taking a walk. It's a beautiful time of year. Luckily, so far the rain has held off. We made it through the day. I want to thank all of you guys for watching. Cheers, and we'll catch you on our next adventure.
Holy
Plant's on fire!
Well, at least we got use for the shovel.
All right, folks. So congrats to whoever had or was closest to number 31. GoldBack headed your way. Now, for this next video, we headed out to the clay bed, one of my favorite places to prospect, and I showed you guys how I use a paint mixing drill bit to separate the gold and heavies out of that clay. Let's take a look. Always a good time to get out to the clay bed.
What is good, folks? It's all things country here, along with my buddies, the black flies. Don't know if you guys can make that out, but spring has sprung. We are back in the same spot where we went for the dollar store challenge video, and today we're going to be processing some clay from the dried up creek bed, looking for some of that super fine, awesome flower gold. Now, I know this place is loaded. I've been here. I can tell you from experience. I come here every year and I get lots of nice gold. Today I'm going to show you how I process that clay to get all that gold out of it. Over here in my merce, or my man bag if you will, I have my power drill, and I have a special bit that I use to chop that clay up, and I'll show you that in just a minute. So let's get the show started.
All right, so we are back at our man-made creek that the farmer created to feed his pond. The water comes ripping through here during the spring when there's flood, and it brings the flood gold with it. And we're going to be processing the first 3-4 inches of clay, trying to find that this year's flood gold. Let's take a look.
So I don't know if you guys can make this out, but to my left down here is the inside bend. This is the inside bed of the man-made creek. The water comes ripping through down here to fill the farmer's ponds. As it does, this is where it's depositing the heavies. If you look closely, you can see it's actually built up. All the water is kind of down the middle, and it's left all these deposits down that side. Now there's some beautiful clay, and in that clay is some gravels, some black sand, and hopefully a lot of gold. In my experience, that it's usually the first 25 feet or so gives you the best gold. So today that's where we're going to be taking our samples from, and I'm going to show you how to process that clay. But for now, let's get digging. Alright gang, so I just wanted to give you guys a look at what our material looks like other than the inside of somebody's Huggies. It's absolutely gross, but sloppy stuff. Nice thing about clay though, it's so easy to dig when it's wet like this. We just had a rain. If you go and you look down inside, you can see, especially around here, lots of small gravels and heavies that have dropped out and been caught by that clay. That's awesome. This is exactly what we're looking for. So I've got 2 pails with me. We're going to head down over to the creek, which is kind of over here. And we're going to fill the second bucket with water. I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you how the drill works to break up this clay. Alright, so we've got this bucket almost topped up with water. No sense in splashing it over the sides, but she's almost topped up. So it's maybe half water, half that clay that we dug. I've got a little bit more water here because we're going to need it for the next couple of steps. But I've got 2 secret weapons. So this here, you've ever seen people use jet dry for panning or for sluicing? This is biodegradable dish soap. So I like to use this when I'm out and about, something in a situation like this, because it doesn't harm the environment. You can use this here and pour it out in the bush and it will biodegrade and it won't hurt anything. So we'll put a few drops of that if I can get it open. There you go, miner's teeth. Put a little bit in there, and here we have our power drill. So the bit that I have on the end here is the same bit that you get in a hardware store to stir paint. Essentially all this is going to do is chop up the gravels, get everything moving and churning, and free up whatever gold hopefully is trapped in that clay. Now you'll notice when I was digging earlier, I don't know if you picked up on it, but I took some of the larger rocks out by hand. But I left some of the bigger, chunkier pieces in, because the more of those that we have in there, that's going to help, you know, stir that clay up. Kind of like the BB that's inside of a spray paint can, right? Those are going to move around. They're going to help that clay churn and move around as well. So let's go ahead. We're going to stir this up and get everything moving. I'm going to stir it up just to show you guys what it's like. But I will warn you, when you do this at home, if you do this at home, you're going to have to move quick. So stir it up once. I'm going to have to stir it up again before I sort through it, but I'll explain that to you in a second. Alright guys, so just wanted to give you guys a quick show. Now that all that clay is beaten out, you can see all the little rocks that are still coated in clay, but everything is broken up really nice. I can reach my hand, I can dig right off the bottom of the bucket. Those are rocks, those aren't actual pieces of clay. Let's get that one rinsed off so I can show you. That's a nice big gray rock. But those have been moving around, churning up all that clay. Now the problem with this process is if I let this sit for about 5 minutes, this is going to solidify and become a complete brick, and I'll have to go through this all over again. So what we're going to do is we're going to stir this up. I'm going to put my classifier on the bucket over here, and we're going to dump through the classifier and take some of the biggest rocks out. right, so now that we processed that bucket and we got our chocolate milk here, there's only about 2 inches of this stuff on the bottom, but you can see it's this beautiful black sediment. That's what's going to be holding all your gold and your heavies. But you can see when I scrunch that, it'll stick together for a second, but it breaks up really easy. Whereas the clay would make it form a ball. So this is the stuff we're after. I'm going to, I'll dump this out, and hopefully I'll be able to show you guys what this looks like a little bit better. But this is going to dump out the rest of that clay as well. So now it's been dumped out of 2 buckets, and it won't harden up on us, and our material's nice and free. There we go, perfect. So I'll bring a handful of this up to the camera with the bucket. But this is the material we're looking at right here. See how beautiful and black that is? That's holding all your black sands, all your heavies, and like I said, it falls right apart. So I'm going to go ahead, try not to get eaten alive by the black flies, and I do a whole bunch more buckets. Sorry, swallowed a black fly there. Do a few more buckets, and we'll meet you guys at home, and we'll go through the next steps to see how we get this stuff super, super clean. All right, guys, we're back home. And to be honest with you, that beanie was not a good choice. It is bloody hot out here, and the black flies are crazy, in case you guys can't make them out. So what I like to do here, I'll fill my bucket up with water as I have just now. And what I'll do, I'm going to put the hose in there, and what it's going to do is wash all that water out, and it's going to take some of that muck and clay with it, and it's going to leave us with nice clean concentrates behind, and then we'll be ready to put them through our sluice. So let's have at her. There we go. And we will just simply leave that in there till it cleans itself out.
5 minutes later.
All right, so now that we've kind of got some of the muck out of there, we're going to pour off the water. Almost down to our cons. And let's see what our beautiful cons look like. Look at that. Beautiful dark jet black. That will have some gold in it. I guarantee it, man. That's awesome. Alright guys, so let's just do a little bit of a recap here. So we started off, we brought our pails up to the stream. We did actually 22 half pails, so that's 22 5-gallon pails, half full. We've gone ahead, we've agitated them with water, we've taken all the heavies out of them, we've consolidated everything, we've used water to run off the clay, everything's been classified, and after all that, we are down to not even half of one of these 2-gallon pails. That goes to show you how much you have to process just to get those heavies out of the clay. Now that being said, I know from experience this stuff will have some gold in it. Hopefully it's a good amount. But let's go ahead, we're going to run it through our sluice. Then when that's done, we're going to go down to the panning station, pan it out, and see what we got. Alright guys, well I'm super excited to see this. This is one of my favorite takes of the year. Put some jet dry into our oil change pan. Yeah, I mean, every year when the flood recedes in the spring, I get to catch that flood gold. There's only one more place that I've yet to do, which is my favorite, which is the gravel bar. We'll do that in a future video. Like I said, probably going to be a couple weeks before I head out there because holy smokes, the black flies are terrible. But here's our sluice cons. You can still see you got some clay in that water, but get these beautiful chunky kind of cons. Really, really nice looking stuff. Very, very dark, of course, as you'd expect sluice cons from clay to be. Let's take a look.
See what we get here. Always excited for this reveal. It's one of those things you look forward to every year, right? It's almost if any of you guys are fishermen, like you have a special spot, like, oh wow, there's always a nice big bass behind that rock, right? This is kind of my bass behind the rock from a prospecting point of view. We'll peel this back, get a nice reveal. A beautiful piece of clear quartz there. Sure how the sluice, yeah, must have got caught in the sluice. Look at that, that's perfectly clear. Gorgeous. That for the gem jar. Pyrite coming down there. And oh baby, look at that. What a beautiful take we got there. Really, really nice smile of flower gold. I'll get this cleaned up. We're going to take a picture. And you know what? Just for the heck of it, I don't normally do this on my prospecting videos. But let's get a weight, because next year when I do this again, I want to see if I get more or less. All right, so we got our pan on the scale. I'm going to tear that out. Get our awesome gold down here. No pickers, but that's okay. Some nice flakes that you would call feelers. You can feel them, but you can't quite pick them up. Some people call them stickers. If you lick your finger and push it down on it hard enough, it'll stick to your finger. But away we go. Actually doing quite well. Nice. Almost done. Very hard to get this fine gold out of the pan sometimes. Could be a static cling almost. Just like that. 0.21 grams. That's awesome. 0.22 grams. We'll call it right now. 0.22. It's not moving. Awesome stuff.
Alrighty. So there you go, folks. Nice day out. I mean, I could have done without those black flies, that's for sure. But that being said, we processed some of that clay. I only get to do that once a year. Give it another couple of weeks, the black flies will be done, but that gold will be way, way down in that clay, and you'll never see that again. So, awesome stuff. Again, really happy with what we got. We're going to take 2 weeks off of prospecting because, man, these flies are crazy. But we'll find something else to do. Maybe some metal detecting. You'll see in the next video. Maybe even a pay dirt review. Who knows, right? That being said, guys, I want to thank everyone for watching. Cheers, and we'll catch you on that next adventure.
All right, legends. Congrats to whoever had or was closest to the number 4. GoldBack headed your way. Now for this video, it's kind of more of the same. We're headed back to the clay bed. We had a great time, but man, I think if I remember this one right, the bugs were absolutely nasty on that trip. Let's take a look.
What is good, folks? It's all things country here, and been a little while since we did some prospecting, and the reason for that, you can see, I mean, things are booming around here. The leaves are starting to come out, the grass is starting to grow, unfortunately, which means I'm going to have to cut it. But the weather has been absolutely atrocious. It's been pouring rain here like crazy. I haven't been able to get out. Unfortunately, on top of that as well, I managed to stick a knife into my leg. Long story, but I ended up looking stupid in the end.
Knives are no joke. Stay safe, folks.
The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
But anyways, yeah, so I've got a little bit of a hitch in my get-along, but no big deal. We're going to head out and we're going to do a bit of prospecting. A lot of you made the comment when I went to the creek bed doing the clay in my last prospecting video that you thought there was more there. And as I had mentioned then, typically what happens this time of year, sun comes out, it gets warm, it dries that clay, and that stuff is hard as a brick, and you'll never be able to dig into it or process it or get anything out of it. Well, with all of these rains that we've had, it's actually extended the prospecting season at the beginning for flood gold. Unfortunately, it has my favorite spot, which is a gravel bar under 2 feet of water, but that's okay because that can wait. The gold that's there is not going anywhere. But this is going to give us an additional shot at the clay. So that's where we're going there today with our drill and our buckets. And we're going to see if we can beat that 0.22 grams that we got last time, which was an absolutely awesome result. Let's head out.
All right, so we are back on our little channel off of the creek that was artificially created by a farmer. This channel floods during the springtime during high water. And all the gold that comes through gets caught up in this beautiful sticky clay that we process to get that beautiful gold out of there.
What is good, folks? So, just to give you guys some background, this is the second time this year I've been out to this dried out creek bed. Dried out, you can see it's still got water in it, and that's why it's still feasible to try and prospect for some gold in here, because that clay hasn't dried up. Now that being said, where the gold comes from here, this is not your typical placer gold area. So this channel here goes further down onto my neighbor's land and feeds his farm pond. And what happens is the creek, the elbows of the creek is right up behind you guys, and the neighboring property used to be a gold mine with a trommel along the creek, and there's all kinds of tailings. What happens is during the spring flood, it washes through all those trommel tailings, and a lot of it comes down this channel to feed his pond, and that whatever the old trommel missed that gets freed up gets kind of stuck in this inside bend, and that's why it's so lucrative. So we're going to hit this again. I'm going to have to try and do more buckets than I did last time, because I think being that it's been a week or two, the gold has started to sink down in that clay. We're going to have to get after it. But that being said, my favorite spot, which is downstream that way, is the gravel bar. It's not ready yet with all this rain. It's still 2 feet underwater, but that gold luckily is on bedrock, so it's not going anywhere. And this is a bonus for me, being able to hit this creek. So enough jibber jabbing. Let's start digging. We'll fill the buckets, get the drill out, process the clay, get it home for the sluice.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-da.
All right, so there you go. That's the material we're after. Looks like somebody's well-used Huggies. That being said, all that clay holds the gold. It's not the stuff that's on top of it that won't sink into it we're after. What we want is the stuff like the heaviers, the gold and the black sand that got embedded in it. So we're going to add half a pail of water to that and agitate it with our power drill, pass it through a classifier, and the stuff that goes through is what we're going to keep and take home for the sluice. All right, so from here, pretty straightforward stuff. We're just getting some water and filling this bucket up. Not quite to the top. You don't want to splash all over you whenever you're agitating it. We've got our drill with the paint stirring bit, and we're just going to whip this through. And when you see, you'll see as I do it, that I could actually make it all the way to the bottom of this thing, and that's because it's agitating and stirring everything just like it should. Alright, so with that part done, pretty simple. Slop our little classifier here on the bucket, pour it in. You want to make sure this doesn't sit because it takes about 5 minutes for a bucket of clay to harden up. There we go. I forgot to take my lid out before I dumped dirt on top of it, but that's alright. We'll rinse that off. And then the fun part, get your hands dirty, mash all that clay through your classifier, and what you have left will be your heavies. So this, as you can see, I'm going to need a little bit more water. We'll do that. Just give me a second. You guys don't want to get your hands dirty. Prospecting may not be the hobby for you. But you get that good and wet and soggy. And again, you're just working those heavies right through those classifier holes. And any of the bigger rocks you find, like these bad boys, rinse them off a little and pitch them. Hey, little buddy. You my good gold look? We'll hang out. You and me can have some soft tacos later, buddy. Alright, so with that piece done, what I like to do is give it a good stir and pour off some of this yucky clay water. That's going to stir your cons. And I'll give you guys a show of what we've got left. We have these beautiful, beautiful, as you can see, dark, small cons. A few little small clay balls still stuck together in there, which is fine. We can process those at home. But you can see that stuff doesn't stick together at all, and it's beautiful, beautiful dark material. Awesome. Let's get this home, after we do a few more buckets, of course, and get this sluiced.
Alright folks, so there is our takings from the sluice. I did see a little gold in there when I was processing, not much, but sometimes that V-matting can hide the gold, so hopefully there's more that we didn't see. Got our oil change pan here. Got a good amount of jet dry, because this does have quite a bit of black sands and dark stuff in it, and I anticipate the gold is going to be fine, so let's give her a look. Alright, so there we go. Even though we did more buckets than we did the previous time we hit this clay, we only got 0.2 grams as opposed to the 0.23 we got last time. And that's a product of the gold having sunk down quite a bit in the clay, I think. And also, of course, we hit the best parts of the inside bend last time, not knowing that we were going to get a second crack at this. But that being said, I will take 2.2 all day, every day, any day of the week. I'm super happy with that. The easy gold's starting to dry up. All the flood gold around here literally dry up. We still have the gravel bar to get to, but yeah, for the flood gold, really happy with that 0.2.
Well, there you have it, folks. Super good day out on the creek. Flies are still driving me absolutely nuts, but there's only another about, maybe another week, unless we get more flood gold extensions, which means more clay and more gold. So either way, I'll take it. But yeah, these flies can bugger off anytime soon. Thanks so much for watching. Hopefully the next time I'm out prospecting will be on the gravel bar, but you never know. Like I said, the gold there's not going anywhere. So thanks so much for watching, everybody. Cheers, and we'll catch you guys on our next adventure.
All right, so we're going to leave the clay alone for a while. And, oh, by the way, congrats to whoever had or was closest to the number 60. I'll be giving away that GoldBack in chat as we speak. Congratulations on your win. Now for this next video, we got to talking on I think it was Gold is Where You Find It's live stream about after you dig your holes and sluice your dirt or speed pen your dirt, yeah, be pumping the bottom of those holes to get every last bit to see if that would increase your gold. So we put that to the test in this video and had a great time. It was finally warm enough to get actually out into the creek. Good times. Let's see how it went.
Hey guys, before we get started on today's adventure, I just wanted to kindly ask you to please consider subscribing to myself and some of the other prospecting channels mentioned at the end of the video. We're a real community, and we can't spell community without you. And we're prospectors, so in some cases, we can't spell community at all. Cheers, on to the adventure. What is good, folks? All things country here, and I can't wait for today. We were up at the crack of dawn to go out for a prospecting adventure. We're headed to my favorite gravel bar, and today I want to try something different. Over the winter I bought this Yabby pump. I got this from a local machine shop. I built an extension for it with an angle, help us stand up, not break our back. So what we're trying to do today is collect some dirt for our upcoming live stream. So we're going to be doing some sluicing. But what I want to do that I've never done before is take the Yabby pump to all the holes that I dig, because the area is right on bedrock, and see how much flower gold we're missing. So that's today's mission. Cheers, let's get on with it. Alright folks, little other stop along the way. We're going to trap some minnows for some fishing, or as we like to say in the country, we're going to trap some minners for fishing. The best bait I find for minnows is brokey bread. What's brokey bread, you may ask? Well, that's any stale hot dog buns or hamburger buns you get laying around, and the ends of the rolls or the loaves that nobody wants to eat. So we'll get those into the minnow trap. We'll toss her out in the corner here by those lily pads, and we'll come back tomorrow and have a look. We're actually going to try and catch a fish today as well, because I'm one fish short of a fish fry. That wasn't a joke at my mental cognitiveness, okay? Don't be thinking that. But we want to get at least one more fish for a fish fry, and then we're going to go on to some prospecting. Alright, well, we'll give you guys a sneak peek at my cute little fishing spot here. I absolutely love it here, nice and calm. There is a house right across from me, but nobody's home. We're in the middle of the week. Beautiful property. I got this guy to fish against and compete with. Can't believe people actually have these things out in 2024. But anyways, here's the beautiful riverside home. And there's downstream. So we're going to tie up a lure. Let's get to some fishing and get that fish we're missing for our fish fry.
The Pope takes a poop and the president too, and the fancy pants banker in his three-piece suit, the big fat general and all of his troops. The truth of the matter is everybody poops. The famous brain surgeon has to leave his lump, and the high-priced model has to stop for a dump. The can the size of Canada can't spray away the truth, cause even if they don't admit it, everybody poops. Everybody poops. Everybody poops. Sure things number more than two. Death and taxes and everybody poops. Some days it's easy, other days it's hard. But if your system's working, thank your lucky stars. Nobody talks about it, not a word is said. If you're not pooping, then it means you're probably dead. The destitute and homeless have to do it, it's true. But even all the wealthy people gotta make do. And if you live long enough, it's happening to you. Sooner or later, everybody poops. Everybody poops. Everybody poops. Sure things number more than two. Death and taxes and everybody poops. Death and taxes and everybody poops. Death and taxes and everybody poops. Doobie-doo.
Alright guys, well there we go. Got a nice smallmouth. These guys aren't in season. I'm going to have to let them go. That last one we lost was a smallmouth as well. But we will tie on a worm shortly. We'll head up someplace. I won't show you guys that. We're just going to catch a couple of catfish. That'll do for our fish fry. But yeah, nice little guy there. Kind of hooked himself sideways. There we go. We're going to let this guy go. Get a little bit bigger for next time. Awesome. Well, alright guys, so what you're seeing behind me is my Goldback Creek. To my right, your left, this is the inside bend. Now, I don't know if you can make it out, but around the corner there's another inside bend. So I've got about 75 yards that I hit every year to get all my best gold. And today, we're going to be using our yabby pump as well. So you're going to see me take a couple scoops, put it through the classifier, then I'm going to take the yabby pump and take it to the hole that I just dug. Well, alright guys, quick change of plans. Trying to dig where we were. Water's just moving too fast. I can't see where my shovel's going for all the froth on top of the water, and I can't seem to get down on the gravels. So we've headed upstream a little bit to this smaller inside bend. Hopefully that'll give us some good results. Let's get after it. And a quick view for some of you rock nerds. This is the kind of stuff that we're digging through. You can see the ironized quartz, stuff that's got nice veins and patterns through it. Quite a bit of granite and quite a bit of jasper. So those are good indicators that we're in a good spot, which I already knew because, you know, I've come here before, but yeah, these are the things you want to look for sure. Back to digging. What a beautiful day. Boy, ain't that the truth. Nice try, Mother Nature. You already got me with the poison parsnip. You're not getting me with the poison ivy. Not today.
You're such a beautiful drug. Can't get enough.
Well, alright guys, change of plans. We'll be going fishing tomorrow. My buddy called. My buddy with the nice pontoon boat called and said, hey, can't get out tomorrow. Wife needs me to do chores. I asked him if his boat was free. He said no. Anyway, we pulled the minnow trap early. See what we got here. We got one creek chub sucker minnow. Hasn't been out very long. What do we got here? That is a small rock bass minnow. Not great for fishing anyway. One larger rock bass minnow. And last but not least, crawling around in the bottom and trying not to get it pulled out of the cage, one crawdad. It's not a great take, but we've only been out a couple of hours. We set everything free. Time to head home, see what we can do with those cons. Well, alright gang, we're back home. We got our cons, we got our Yabby Pump cons, we've got our Speed Pan cons. Managed to get a couple of bullhead for the fish fry tomorrow, which is awesome. And yeah, as I had mentioned earlier, the river's a lot higher than I anticipated. And yeah, that's what happens when the river's higher than what you anticipate. By the way, anyone wants any fashion tips, just let me know. Leave a question in the comments, I'd be happy to answer. Anyway, we're going to take a chill tonight, cook some burgers, have a couple of beers. When you next see me, I'm going to be sluicing some cons in the basement.
Alright, so we have our sluice cons here. Nice looking batch of stuff. Of course I spilled a little bit up the sides, but no big deal. Get a little bit of water. I already have jet dry in this water. I've penned in this earlier, so very interesting to see the results here. I'm expecting flower gold that we may have missed. And you know, probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours of the 9 hours I spent out there, I spent Yabby pumping holes, so we'll see what we come up with, and that'll determine if it's worth it. Either way, I mean, I'm really stoked to have a Yabby this year just to go do some crevicing and some bedrock cracks and such, but this will be an interesting test for sure. Not seeing anything. Could be a very short test as well. Some there. Holy cow, those are some nice pieces. That is the exact opposite of what I expected. Holy smokes. 1, 2, 3. Holy cow, those are 3 nice flakes. I'm seeing absolutely no flower gold whatsoever. Nothing. I don't think that's gold. Yeah, there. No, that's not gold, it's pyrite. But there you go. 3 really nice flakes. I don't think they weigh up to anything. They're very, very thin, but that was cool. Maybe that's a little speck of flower gold. I'm not sure. Take a really close look with that little speck there and that little speck may be flower gold. I'm not sure. Awesome.
Well, folks, that was a fun adventure. We had a great day out. Got a little bit of extra gold with the Yabby pump. I don't know if it's worth it to suck out your holes like that. I'd have to do some more testing to figure out. Either way, this thing's going to be awesome for cracks in the bedrock. Can't wait to do some of that. Maybe next week's video, we'll see. Cheers. Really appreciate everybody watching, and we will catch you on our next adventure.
All right, so let's see who had or was closest to 18. I'll be announcing that again in chat. Congrats to the winner. My next video, this was a really fun one. A little bit of a different kind of prospecting. I actually went sidewalk sniping. I always wanted to try it. I've seen some other YouTubers do it. So I went to a small town near me, and we prospected the sidewalk in front of an old jewelry store. Let's see if we found any treasure. What is good, folks? ATC here. Today we're going to do something I've always wanted to try. I've seen other YouTubers do it, and it's sidewalk sniping. We're going after gold and diamonds in the sidewalk. Also, because I'm not the kind of guy that wants to attract attention to myself or answer a bunch of questions, we're going undercover to do it. Let's start the show. Alright, so as I mentioned, I don't want to draw any attention to myself while I'm doing this. I don't want to have a camera visible. I don't want to be dressed in regular clothes, just sitting there vacuuming cracks in the sidewalk. So for the day, I'm going to transform myself into a maintenance worker. And there you go, we're all set. All I got to do is smoke cigarettes and drink coffee all day, and I look just like a city worker. We got our crevice tools in the bucket. We're going to sweep up that dirt and fill it, so we're good to go. Alright, so now that we know we can do that, we have two vehicles to choose from. Now I want a vehicle that's going to be inconspicuous. I'm going to have it parked. I'm going to have the camera in there. And I've got two to choose from. So let's go through our two choices, and you guys let me know what you think. Well, I don't know what you guys think, but to me, the choice is kind of obvious. What a lovely location to be prospecting. This is an old jewelry store. It used to be a little mom and pop shop that closed down about a year ago. And as you can see, the sidewalks are pretty dirty and there's some cobblestone to pick through. So we're going to go through that. What I don't like is there's a bank right beside, so hopefully everyone falls for my little disguise here. But we're going to go collect as much dirt as we can. And then with that said, we're going to bring it home, get rid of all the organics and hair and other schmutz that we find. And we're going to pan out what's left and see if we find anything. Alright, so we are home. It's time to deal with some of that grossness. So we've got our 1/4 inch classifier here. We got this bucket, which is almost full of scunge. I'll post a picture up in the corner here, give you guys a sweet look.
And what we're going to do, we're going to pass this through the classifier, get rid of any larger organics, stuff like that. The more sponge I can get rid of before I have to pan, the better. So, might have to do this in 2 passes. That's not good. Oh. There is so much hair and yeah, this is gonna take a while. I'll speed this part up. All right, so with that process complete, this is what our dirt looks like. It's actually not terrible, very heavy actually, mostly sand, but just look at this grossness. We got drinking straws, we got gum packs, cigarette butts, it's full of friggin' hair, absolutely disgusting. We will throw this piece in the garbage and deal with the other stuff because that's where anything that we might possibly find could be. So let's move on to the next step. All right, so this step is kind of a no-brainer. We're going to throw in a lot of Lysol. You can use bleach if that's what you have around the house. It says it kills 99.9% of germs. It's that 0.01% that I'm worried about. But anyways, we will leave that. We're going to put some water in there. And we're going to leave that soak overnight. Alright, so we let our scungy bucket sit overnight. We have our drill here with the paint mixer power head on it. I'm going to stir this around, separate some of the organics from the dirt that we're going after, and we're going to pan out what's left. Alright, so as you can see, it is raining out, so we're going to make this quick. What I plan to do is get this down to a small enough amount that I could bring downstairs, but this stuff's still pretty gross. I really don't want it in my house just yet. As you can see, pretty muddy, sloppy crap. So what we're going to do, we're going to pan this down in the nitty grits, and when it's down to enough where it's small enough to fit in my 10-inch pan, we'll bring it down to the panning station and see what we got. Alright guys, well the rain's getting pretty brutal, but we've got this down to a reasonable amount. You can see that on the right hand side. That's what we're going to bring inside to pan out. And as you can see, my panning station is pretty gross looking, but we're done. I'm going to clean the outside of that pan, make sure I'm not dragging any organics into the house. And we're going to finish panning this down at the panning station and see if we got anything. Alright, so here we've got all of our scunge. You can see quite a bit of it actually. Can only pan it down so far. I've got my oil change pan to pan into. So what we're going to do is if we find any goodies, I've got my tweezers here. This will be the gold pan that we're using here. And this one will hold anything. If I find anything decent, I'll pick it up and put it in there with the tweezers and we'll look at that afterwards. All right, so let's have at her.
So here are all our goodies, so to speak, and I don't think they're all goodies, that's for sure. So we have this thing that kind of looks like a pearl. We'll start with that. I have absolutely no idea how to identify a pearl, to be honest with you. If anyone else can comment in the comment section, it'd be appreciated. Now, more interestingly, we have this small, what looks like a diamond. I do not have a diamond tester, and there's not enough here to bother bringing to a jeweler, I don't think. Anyway, maybe we'll save this up in a vial, and if I get more on a later trip, we'll bring it all in. With that being said, we'll put that aside in a vial. We have 5 earring backs. We have some sort of a pin here. That shines and looks like it might have diamonds in it, but it actually does not. We have this piece here. I don't know if the setting may be silver. To me, that looks like some sort of costume jewelry. Again, not sure. I'm no expert on these things. This piece is a little bit more interesting as it may have a very small diamond in it. Put that aside there. And likewise, this one looks to have what may or may not be a pearl in it. Now, this is the part I found really kind of disappointing. So the only metal shavings and metal fragments I found were these here. I was really hoping to find more. I've seen some other YouTubers do this and find kind of like almost a ring around their pen of this stuff. That being said, I don't even know if it's gold, if it's silver, if it's just metal shavings. And these 3 are the things that have a lot of promise. Those are actual, they look like they're links to a bracelet of some sort. Again, we'll take some pictures of these under the magnifying glass, or sorry, the microscope, and see what comes out of them. But the first test is we have a magnet here. So obviously, if it's magnetic, it's not going to be gold or silver. So we'll start with our earring backs. So we did pick this one up right away. So we know that one is junk. Let me take the cap off this magnet. So that one there is magnetic as well, slightly magnetic. So these 3 are not magnetic at all. So we'll look at those under the microscope as well. That's interesting. So none of these pins and earrings are magnetic. So that tells me this one, I believe, is copper just from the color. Now for our metal flex. Interesting. Oh, wait, sorry. It did pick up one earring. I missed it. The one with the pearl in it. So that one is junk as well. But it's not picking up any of these metal flakes, I don't think. No, nothing. So that's a good sign. And these 3 links that are also promising, put the magnet right on them, and they don't even move. So let's get this stuff under a microscope and have a look. And we're going to put it aside in a vial. If we go sidewalk sniping again, I'll save it all up, and maybe if I get enough in maybe a little, like a gem jar like this, I'll bring it in and see what it's worth.
Well, not your regular day out prospecting, but that was really actually fun. Seeing those little treasures pop out in the pan when I was trying to uncover them, pretty awesome. I mean, you know, it's not gold prospecting, but what is, right? Anyways, I enjoyed that. And hey, seeing those under the microscope when those links with the diamonds in them popped up, I didn't even know they had diamonds in them. And I'm pretty sure that that's actually gold and diamonds, just based, one, on the color, and the intricacy of the setting and what it would take to put all of that together. That being said, you know, we do have them in a gem jar, and when we get it full, we'll bring it to the jeweler and see what we get for it. Cheers, guys. I really appreciate you watching, and we will catch you on our next adventure after a really long hot shower. Cheers.
All right, folks. The magic number this time, 74. Winner, whoever has closest or exactly on 74. Congrats on your win. So for this next video, we have a lot of fun. We head out, we get right in the creek, we have a good old time sniping and crevicing some bedrock.
What is good, you absolute legends? It's ATC here, and today I'm stoked. What? Were you expecting a different outfit from the thumbnail?
Sick freak! No!
Anyways, today we're heading down to the creek. We're going to be doing some bedrock sniping. We're going to be collecting some dirt from inside the crevices in the bedrock, some stuff around the rocks. I'm going to show you the tools that I use, and then we're going to take our crocs here, shift them into sport mode, and hit the creek. Let's have at her. Alright folks, so before we get started and head out to the creek, I wanted to show you a few of the tools that I'm going to be using. We're going to be using the Abbey pump. Obviously you use that to suck dirt out of the crevices in the bedrock, get it into your bucket. We've got our homemade telescopic sniping bottle. Really good for getting in those small areas that the Abbey pump might not get down to. We got our crevice tool for getting all that goodness out of the crevices. Our trowel, scooping stuff up obviously. Scuba mask and snorkel. So for all that work that you can't see, that's underneath the water, this will help us get down and get right in there and get all that goodness out of the crevices. Now the most important tool that I like to use when I'm doing this, obviously you have a bucket to collect your dirt, is my classifier. So I want to classify this stuff down. It's a 1/4 inch classifier. And the way I rig my classifier whenever I'm sniping is I put a big weight in it, and I have a rope on there with a washer. So what this does is this bucket can actually sit under the water. You can bring the bucket to wherever you're working instead of walking back and forth. The weight goes in the bottom of the bucket, keeps it down, but it also holds your classifier from floating off. So I can literally put this whole rig underneath the water, shovel and trowel dirt into it, and it's actually got enough movement that I can dump it off, but the weight keeps it from floating away. So you'll see that in use. So without further ado, let's get sniping down at the creek. Alright guys, so here's a perfect example of where the cracks in bedrock hold dirt. You can see this has some really dense clay in it, and how I know there's clay in there is from all the weeds growing up from out of that clay. This is a beautiful spot. I'll show you the whole thing in a minute, but this is the kind of stuff that we're after. We're after the dirt that's in these cracks, and this is a fairly large spot, and there's going to be a lot of them. Can't wait to get after it. Let's go. Alright guys, so here we are. Beautiful, beautiful spot in the creek. It is a super hot day. I can't wait to get in the water. We're going to go through here with the Abbey pump, with the trowel, and to classify our dirt. We're not looking for nuggets per se, because there's no real nuggets in my area. But what we are going to do is look for that great clay and that black sand and get all that stuff into our classifier and bring some dirt home, see if we can find any gold. Let's have at it.
Ba
Well, that was a blast, guys. So we've actually been out here for quite a while. Got lots of crevices cleaned, cracks done with, and our bucket is full. So I'm gonna head back up, get that bucket in the truck. Let's go home, hit the sluice, see how we did. So here we are. It's the next day, chilled out when I got home. It's quite a drive to that spot from my house. It's actually at my camp, which is almost 2 hours away. So all that playing in the water, chilling out, relaxing. Great day. Came home, had a barbecue, a few adult beverages. So this morning, we're gonna set the sluice up and we're gonna run that dirt and then we're gonna pan it down. And let's see if we got any gold. We're all set up. We got our Gold Hog Mini Stream sluice, Flower Gold Wizard Smooth Water 6 sluice head, our lithium ion phosphate battery. Let's get them humming. Gonna add a bit of dish soap so our fine gold doesn't float away. Those who watch the channel know I like to put a lot of dish soap. Let that run for a few seconds. It's looking really good. Clean out some of these bubbles. No big deal though. This head is really, really smooth. Anyways, I'm gonna start feeding this thing. When I'm done, we're gonna head down to the basement to the panning station with our the contents of our sluice mat and pan it out and see how much gold we got.
All right, so we're down at the panning station. We've got our oil change pan as always. I don't remember if I had a jet dry to the water or not in this one, so we're gonna add a bit more just to be sure. Now, I emptied my sluice mat into my large pan, and then I pan it down into the nitty grits so that I could finish it down here in my finishing pan. Now, big regrets. So I didn't bother filming that because the reason is I don't have nuggets in my area. And lo and behold, we found a massive, massive nugget. So that's the good news. The bad news is it's not gold, but check this thing out. That is a nugget of pyrite. So that must have been around the rocks where I was digging. I have been finding lots of pyrite this year, more so than usual. But that is the biggest piece of pyrite I've definitely ever found. So we're going to put that aside, and we'll take a look at that under the microscope. But really, really, really cool. Wish it was gold, but hey, it's still very neat. Anyways, that being said, let's get this down. Got our snuffer bottle, and we're going to get all the gold out of here. Get everything good and wet and stratified. Yeah, that nugget flashed in the pan and I panicked for a second, but I mean, still really awesome. But at the end of the day, we're not after pyrite here. Take some of these big chunks out of there. I probably should have classified this stuff, but you can see all the pyrite floating in the pan too. Some pyrite there, there. Lots of it, but finding a big clump like that's pretty dang cool. And we are starting to see a little bit of gold right there. Some nice flakes actually. So I want to make short work of this. So I got other stuff to do today. So we're going to suck it up as we see it. And then we'll do a secondary cleanup after the snuffer dump. I mean, I always find that makes things a lot easier. But yeah, cool to find that pyrite. I am kind of rushing things a little bit here, so I will slow her down. A little too much coffee this morning, if there's such a thing as too much coffee. Nice thing about getting in the water, I slept like a baby last night. But I did go to bed a little bit late, so. Like I said, I probably could have classified. There's a nice nice garnet there as well. Cool. We will bring this back up and pan it a second time so we don't lose anything. But yeah, some really nice flakes in here. The only bad thing about this Bedrock crevicing is really where I'm at. That stretch that you guys saw on the camera, that's the only stretch of bedrock that I have on my property, so I really only get to do this once or twice a year until the area is cleaned out, and then I have to wait till the next year for it to replenish. So big chunks of pyrite in here. Look at that. Pyrite City. Nice gold coming out though. Again, just grabbing it as I see it, kind of, rather than waiting. Could pan this down and make it all fancy. I will probably get rid of some of this stuff, actually. Wash some of it out the back of the pan. There we go. There. This will give us a lot less material to deal with when we're finding those last few pieces that are hanging on. Can't believe though, I mean, other than that big nugget, I can't believe the amount of pyrite I'm finding this year. Just look at it all shining in the pan. It can make it a bit of a pain to separate. Some more gold there. There and there. Come on, you. This guy's being stubborn. I do rerun all of my tailings anyway, so especially the stuff in this pan, that gets rerun through a cleanup sluice to make sure that I'm not losing anything at all. Be a little gentle here with some of these black sands. Get it down to just gold, then we can wash it out the back. There we go, some nice flakes in there. Not sure how much you guys are picking up on the camera, but there we go. One that made it down, so we'll wash this stuff off the back. Get this snuffer dumped. Very nice. I thought that was a big picker. It's just a couple pieces that stuck together. Big flakes, but as usual for my area, very, very thin flakes. Fortunately, no nuggets where I am at. Get that up at the top so you guys can see a nice smile. And there you go. There's our smile of gold. Let's get this dried up. And you know what? I think there might be enough there to get a weight. So we'll get this dried up and we'll get it weighed in. Okay, so it's weigh-in time. Make sure everything's set to 0. We are good. Not expecting a huge weigh-in, but I think we definitely got weighable gold, which is nice. So nice bits, nothing that really stands out. No pickers, no wire gold, anything like that, but still a great time. Playing around in the water is always fun. Turns me into a great big kid, which I am 90% of the time anyways. All right, so there we go. I believe that, oh, one flake hanging on for dear life. Nice try. 0.16 grams, not too shabby. I'll take it. All right, so there we go. Always nice when nature sluices and concentrates the dirt for you in those bedrock cracks. So not a big, huge take, but it was a great day. It was super hot, fun to get in the water. I want to thank all of you for coming along on my little adventure. Cheers, thanks for watching, and we're going to catch you guys on the next one.
All right, legends, congrats to whoever picked the number, or was closest to the number, 21. Cheers on your win. GoldBack headed your way. Now, on to the next video. We finally get out. We prospect the inside bend in Sloppy Seconds Creek. We did pretty well on this one. Let's see how it went. 498. 499. Oh, 500. Whew.
Hey legends, how's it going? Just getting my morning workout in here. It's going to be a busy day. We had 2 weeks of torrential flooding. I didn't get out prospecting last week, but this week everything's down to an acceptable level. We're going to head out and we're working out because we're going to be busy. We're going to do a bit of fishing. We're going to hit a few inside bends, pick up some of those cons, and see if we can get any gold. Let's start the show. out this awesome bottle I found on the way in. It's got flat sides on it. This thing looks super, super old. I have no idea. It's got some lettering on it that's kind of embossed in the glass. We're going to put this aside. We'll bring it home and see what it says down at the panning station. But for now, behind me, we have a nice little inside bend. Comes around the corner. There comes an outside bend, and then there's another inside bend on the other side. We're going to come down there, and then right around to the next inside bend, get some of those beautiful cobbles, and see if we can bring some home and uncover some gold. So, we're not going to be digging here, but I'm taking advantage of the slow water to show you guys the kind of cobbles that we're after. If you look, you can see the bigger cobbles, but all that beautiful fine gravel heavies that's caught inside it, and the water's not able to get rid of it. That's the kind of stuff we're after. So first thing we have to do is remove the cobbles, and then we have to go from there. Inside bend back there. This is the kind of stuff we were into. This is quartz. You can see the ironized veins going through it. That's awesome. Well, I'm going to show you an indicator of a good spot not to prospect, and that's these two veins. Number one is glass. We'll be removing this from the river, but relatively speaking, glass is not super, super heavy. But even lighter than glass, we found this clam. So when I was in that pocket, hoping that when the water was high, we create a whirlpool and kind of swirl some gold in. When I start finding things like that, I know it's time to move on. So we're going to hurry up. We're going to do this inside bend here. We're getting a little bit late in the day, but can't wait to go home and see what we found. We've been at it a few hours between the planning and the fishing. Time to get moving, and we'll head back to the house. Well, alright, it's actually been a few days. We processed all those cons through my sluice on a live stream on this Sunday past. It was a great time. If you guys ever want to come out and hang out on a live stream, I do them pretty much every Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. That being said, we did a quick cleanup just to show everyone some gold. We haven't done the full cleanup yet, so we'll be doing that. And I've had that bottle soaking for a few days. We're going to clean that up, and we'll take a look and see how that looks. I'm pretty stoked. That thing looks pretty awesome. So without further ado, let's head downstairs to the panning station and see how we did on the gold and see what that bottle looks like.
All right, so here we are down at the panning station. We've got our oil change pan. I'm going to throw the jet dry in here now before I forget later on. There we go. That'll keep our small gold from floating away on the surface tension. But just check this out. So I took the bottle, I soaked it for a couple of days in car wash soap and water, took it out, scrubbed it every now and again, and then I took a piece of steel wool and some tweezers and I scrubbed out the inside. Just look how nice that turned out. I think that looks awesome. So looking at it closer, it is a multi-sided bottle, and it says Menard's Liniment across the front. So let's go ahead and do a bit of research and see what we can find out about this thing. Okay, so having looked around for a while, this is the best picture I could find to match up with the bottle that I found. Pretty awesome, pricing aside, because obviously the thing is not for sale. This came from the 30s, so that puts it right around the time that the mine that I prospect downstream from shut down. It's very, very plausible that an old-timer used this after feeding a trommel all day to soothe his aching muscles. Really, really, really cool. Killer find. And just check these bad boys out. These are ads that would have ran right around the time that this bottle existed. Look how vintage and cool and old looking these ads are. That just goes to show you the cool stuff that you can find in the creek if you keep your eyes open. Always a bonus when you're out and you find something even just as cool or cooler than what you're looking for. All right, that bottle was really, really cool. I have it here. I've got, I keep on my panning station here. We've got some really nice polished garnets, and these are polished Uperlites. Might figure out something to fill that bottle with if I can find a cork for it. Thinking maybe if I go to the dollar store and I buy a cheap bottle with a cork and I just toss the bottle and keep the cork, we'll have something to plug the top here. That'd be awesome. So anyways, let's get to the gold and take our magnet to our concentrates first, see if we have any magnetics. And it is my panning area, so I know I'm going to have some of it, that's for sure. Fairly healthy amount. We did pan some out on the live stream already, but there we go. Fairly decent amount of magnetics. We'll take our black sands jar here. I save all my black sands for processing later, just in case I catch any gold up in them. But anyway, there we go. So we'll save that bad boy for some later fun. Magnetics are done. And we're going to slide our panning station over. And I would have remembered, now that I'm thinking of it, to put the jet dry in, but we already did that, so we're good to go. All right. So from an earlier video, we know we have 1.28 grams of gold so far for the year from prospecting, which is well on track towards our goal of 2 grams. In fact, I think we should probably beat it fairly easily this year. Knock wood. So we will slowly pan this down. And I've got my snuffer bottle here. I'm just going to grab it as I see it. And we will be taking a weight and adding that to the 1.28 rather than having to do another weigh-in. It's just easier to weigh stuff as you go along. And maybe at the end of the year we'll get a final weight, which would be cool, just to confirm what our tally is and add it all up. Let me give that a few taps. Lots of pyrite, as usual. Been heavy on the pyrite this year, which is crazy. I did a couple of videos ago find that awesome pyrite nugget. Very cool. There we go. You hear some of those chunkies on. I could have probably classified this if I wanted to, but we should be all right. Not too worried about washing away any nuggets from my prospecting area, that's for sure. We'll just move some of those heavier pieces down with our fingers if we have to. Really nice garnets in there as well. Cool. Yeah, it was a great day out on the creek. Nice and breezy. That's what I like. Keeps the bugs down. Been a terrible year for mosquitoes and deer flies and black flies, and everything wants a chunk of old ATC now. Tell you. And there is our gold starting to show through. So, of course, we'll be just that little bit more careful. I'll wash some of these heavies and pieces that are falling down, and I'm double checking as I do this to make sure we're not washing away any gold. And there's a little tiny piece of flour gold right there. Don't know if you guys can see that, but got it. It's ours now. A little tiny one there as well. All right. And that's why you have to be careful when you're washing back. A little tiny, tiny piece there. So from here on in, super cautious. I do at the end of the year take this oil change pan and I'll pass that over my cleanup sluice. Maybe even once or twice. Just make sure that we get everything. You do work pretty hard for it out on the creek. Although it's very enjoyable, it is work. People say that it's not all about the gold. And they're right, it isn't all about the gold. But if it wasn't for the gold, I'd just be sitting at the creek on a lawn chair drinking beer all day. So we need that gold to keep things interesting. Still a little fleck down here. But yeah, we're starting to see a really nice golden smile up there at the top. Been some crazy, crazy things happening in the world over the last couple of weeks. Let me tell you, I try to stay away from watching too much of the news because it'll depress a fella, but you know, none of that matters when you're at the creek or you're out hunting or fishing out on the boat or what have you. That's why folks need hobbies. Keep you sane. Some nice big chunks of pyrite floating down if you consider pyrite to be nice. There we go. We'll get rid of some of these chunkies. I'm pretty confident in that swoop, so we'll get rid of them with the squirt bottle here. Make life easier on ourselves. Yeah, really nice smile of gold showing up there. Pound that through the back sands. I knew we'd do okay. We did have, excuse me, all that flooding happened, so that will get stuff moving, but I don't know if it washed away what was there, but, you know, we pan up and down the creek and dig up and down the creek and sluice up and down the creek, so you'll never get it all. Nature will see to that. But all right. Little bit of back sands, but nothing major. We'll get rid of that in the drying and stuff. Very cool. Okay, so let's turn our scale on. Make sure we're teared out. It does say 0, but we'll tear it again just in case. And there we go, and we will get a weight. So we know that we are at 1.28 grams so far, prospecting for the year, on our goal of 2 grams. And we will add to that exactly, oh yeah, 0.22 grams. That's an awesome, awesome day out. Oh, we got a little hanger in there. 0.22, I believe, though. I don't think that's going to move the scale. 0.22 grams. Really good day. I knew it was going to be after all that flooding and hitting that inside bend. Fantastic, fantastic day out. We will take that. So that puts us at exactly 1.5 grams on the year. That is fantastic.
Well, just like that, there you have it. Another great day out on the creek, and another great gold haul for the day. I know some folks get a lot more than I do, but I'm really pleased with what I have, and just being able to get out there and enjoy that creek on a beautiful sunny day like that, well, that's reward enough in and of itself. I want to thank all you legends for watching. Cheers, and we'll catch you guys on our next gold adventure.
And if you enjoyed this video, check out these absolute legends. And of course, a huge shout out goes to our channel members. You legends absolutely rock, and every channel member gets bonus entries to the Big Nugget giveaways.
All right, you legends. Congrats on whoever had, or was closest to, the number 70 GoldBack headed your way. Now, on to our last video of the day. This was a year for record flooding in the area. It kind of changed our game plan up a bit, and we actually went back to the clay because the clay flooded over again. New flood, fresh water through those tailings, fresh gold, and we did pretty well. Let's take a look. 498. 499. Oh, 500. Whew. Hey, legends, how's it going? Just getting my morning workout in here. It's going to be a busy day. We had 2 weeks of torrential flooding. I didn't get out prospecting last week, but this week everything's down to an acceptable level. We're going to head out and we're working out because we're going to be busy. We're going to do a bit of fishing. We're going to hit a few inside bends, pick up some of those cons, and see if we can get any gold. Let's start the show. Check out this awesome bottle I found on the way in. It's
got flat sides on it. This thing looks super, super old. I have no idea. It's got some lettering on it that's kind of embossed in the glass. We're going to put this aside. We'll bring it home and see what it says down at the panning station. But for now, behind me, we have a nice little inside bend. Comes around the corner, becomes an outside bend, and then there's another inside bend on the other side. We're going to come down there and then right around to the next inside bend, get some of those beautiful cobbles and see if we can bring some home and then cover some gold. So we're not going to be digging here, but I'm taking advantage of the slow water to show you guys the kind of cobbles that we're after. If you look, you can see the bigger cobbles, but all that beautiful fine gravel heavies that's caught inside it, and the water's not able to get rid of it. That's the kind of stuff we're after. So first thing we have to do is remove the cobbles, and then we have to go from there. Inside bend back there. This is the kind of stuff we were into. This is quartz. You can see the ironized veins going through it. That's awesome. So I'm going to show you an indicator of a good spot not to prospect, and that's these two veins. Number one is glass. We'll be removing this from the river, but relatively speaking, glass is not super, super heavy. But even lighter than glass, we found this clam. So when I was in that pocket, hoping that when the water was high, to create a whirlpool or kind of swirl some gold in. When I start finding things like that, I know it's time to move on. So we're going to hurry up. We're going to do this inside bend here. We're getting a little bit late in the day, but can't wait to go home and see what we found. We've been at it a few hours between the planning and the fishing. Time to get moving, and we'll head back to the house. Well, alright, it's actually been a few days. We processed all those cons through my sluice on a live stream on this Sunday past. It was a great time. If you guys ever want to come out and hang out on a live stream, I do them pretty much every Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. That being said, we did a quick cleanup just to show everyone some gold. We haven't done the full cleanup yet, so we'll be doing that. And I've had that bottle soaking for a few days. We're going to clean that up, and we'll take a look and see how that looks. I'm pretty stoked. That thing looks pretty awesome. So without further ado, let's head downstairs to the panning station and see how we did on the gold and see what that bottle looks like.
All right, so here we are down at the panning station. We've got our oil change pan. I'm going to throw the jet dry in here now before I forget later on. There we go. That'll keep our small gold from floating away on the surface tension. But just check this out. So I took the bottle, I soaked it for a couple of days in car wash soap and water, took it out, scrubbed it every now and again, and then I took a piece of steel wool and some tweezers and I scrubbed out the inside. Just look how nice that turned out. I think that looks awesome. So looking at it closer, it is a multi-sided bottle, and it says Menard's Liniment across the front. So let's go ahead and do a bit of research and see what we can find out about this thing. Okay, so having looked around for a while, this is the best picture I could find to match up with the bottle that I found. Pretty awesome, pricing aside, because obviously the thing is not for sale. This came from the 30s, so that puts it right around the time that the mine that I prospect downstream from shut down. It's very, very plausible that an old-timer used this after feeding a trommel all day to soothe his aching muscles. Really, really, really cool. Killer find. And just check these bad boys out. These are ads that would have ran right around the time that this bottle existed. Look how vintage and cool and old looking these ads are. That just goes to show you the cool stuff that you can find in the creek if you keep your eyes open. Always a bonus when you're out and you find something even just as cool or cooler than what you're looking for. All right, that bottle was really, really cool. I have it here. I've got, I keep on my panning station here. We've got some really nice polished garnets, and these are polished euperlites. Might figure out something to fill that bottle with if I can find a cork for it. Thinking maybe if I go to the dollar store and I buy a cheap bottle with a cork and I just toss the bottle and keep the cork, we'll have something to plug the top here. That'd be awesome. So anyways, let's get to the gold. We'll take our magnet to our concentrates first, see if we have any magnetics. And it is my panning area, so I know I'm going to have some of it, that's for sure. Fairly healthy amount. We did pan some out on the live stream already, but there we go. Fairly decent amount of magnetics. We'll take our black sands jar here. I save all my black sands for processing later, just in case I catch any gold up in them. But anyway, there we go. So we'll save that bad boy for some later fun. Magnetics are done. And we're going to slide our panning station over. And I would have remembered, now that I'm thinking of it, to put the jet dry in, but we already did that, so we're good to go. All right. So from an earlier video, we know we have 1.28 grams of gold so far for the year from prospecting, which is well on track towards our goal of 2 grams. In fact, I think we should probably beat it fairly easily this year. Knock wood. So we will slowly pan this down. And I've got my snuffer bottle here. I'm just going to grab it as I see it. And we will be taking a weight and adding that to the 1.28 rather than having to do another weigh-in. It's just easier to weigh stuff as you go along. And maybe at the end of the year we'll get a final weight, which would be cool, just to confirm what our tally is and add it all up. And give that a few taps. Lots of pyrite, as usual. Been heavy on the pyrite this year, which is crazy. I did a couple of videos ago find that awesome pyrite nugget. Very cool. There we go. You hear some of those chunkies on. I could have probably classified this if I wanted to, but we should be all right. Not too worried about washing away any nuggets from my prospecting area, that's for sure. We'll just move some of those heavier pieces down with our fingers if we have to. Really nice garnets in there as well. Cool. Yeah, it was a great day out on the creek. Nice and breezy. That's what I like. Keeps the bugs down. Been a terrible year for mosquitoes and deer flies and black flies, and everything wants a chunk of old ATC, man. Tell you. And there is our gold starting to show through. So of course we'll be just that little bit more careful. I'll wash some of these heavies and pieces that are falling down, and I'm double checking as I do this to make sure we're not washing away any gold. And there's a little tiny piece of flour gold right there. Don't know if you guys can see that, but got it. It's ours now. A little tiny one there as well. All right. And that's why you have to be careful when you're washing back. A little tiny, tiny piece there. So from here on in, super cautious. I do at the end of the year take this oil change pan and I'll pass that over my cleanup sluice. Maybe even once or twice. Just make sure that we get everything. You do work pretty hard for it out on the creek. Although it's very enjoyable, it is work. People say that it's not all about the gold. And they're right, it isn't all about the gold. But if it wasn't for the gold, I'd just be sitting at the creek on a lawn chair drinking beer all day. So we need that gold to keep things interesting. Still a little fleck down here. But yeah, we're starting to see a really nice golden smile up there at the top. Been some crazy, crazy things happening in the world over the last couple of weeks. Let me tell you, I try to stay away from watching too much of the news because it'll depress a fella, but you know, none of that matters when you're at the creek or you're out hunting or fishing out on the boat or what have you. That's why folks need hobbies. Keep you sane. Some nice big chunks of pyrite floating down if you consider pyrite to be nice. There we go. We'll get rid of some of these chunkies. I'm pretty confident in that swoop, so we'll get rid of them with the squirt bottle here. Make life easier on ourselves. Yeah, really nice smile of gold showing up there. Pound that through the back sands. I knew we'd do okay. We did have, excuse me, all that flooding happened, so that will get stuff moving, but I don't know if it washed away what was there, but, you know, we pan up and down the creek and dig up and down the creek and sluice up and down the creek, so you'll never get it all. Nature will see to that. But all right. Little bit of back sands, but nothing major. We'll get rid of that in the drying and stuff. Very cool. Okay, so let's turn our scale on. Make sure we're teared out. It does say 0, but we'll tear it again just in case. And there we go, and we will get a weight. So we know that we are at 1.28 grams so far, prospecting for the year, on our goal of 2 grams. And we will add to that exactly, oh yeah, 0.22 grams. That's an awesome, awesome day out. Oh, we got a little hanger in there. 0.22, I believe, though. I don't think that's going to move the scale. 0.22 grams. Really good day. I knew it was going to be after all that flooding and hitting that inside bend. Fantastic, fantastic day out. We will take that. So that puts us at exactly 1.5 grams on the year. That is fantastic.
Well, just like that, there you have it. Another great day out on the creek and another great gold haul for the day. I know some folks get a lot more than I do, but I'm really pleased with what I have, and just being able to get out there and enjoy that creek on a beautiful sunny day like that, well, that's reward enough in and of itself. I want to thank all you legends for watching. Cheers, and we'll catch you guys on our next gold adventure.
All right, you absolute legends. Congrats to whoever had or was closest to 33. That number is 33. Congratulations. Last GoldBack is headed your way. I want to thank everyone for watching this prospecting marathon. Looking forward to the big giveaway next month. Looking forward to all that new stuff. The new giveaway for the members as well. And as we get bigger, those giveaways are just going to get bigger as well. Cheers. As always, guys, thanks so much for watching. I'm sure it's been a blast hanging with you in chat today. We'll catch you guys on the next adventure or live stream. Cheers, guys.
And a huge thanks to our legendary channel members. Thanks so much, guys. All of our channel members get entries towards the big nugget draw.